golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Got the devil in your eyes. You went and took me by surprise. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden.
A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. So, he loses touch with reality and lives in a world of illusions. By thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull, perpetual and compulsive repetition of words, of reckoning and calculating. I'm not saying that thinking is bad. Like everything else, is useful in moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science with the real world.
This is the beginning of meditation.
Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth, and a great occasion is somehow spoiled for us unless photographed. And to read about it the next day in the newspaper is oddly more fun for us than the original event. This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world of nature with mere science, we are destroying nature. We are so tied up in our minds that we've lost our senses. Time to wake up. What is reality? Obviously, no one can say because it isn't words. It isn't material, that's just an idea. Reality is
down. It's an expression of you as you are. One must live. We need to survive, to go on. We must go on.
Baby, when we touch, feels like you are meant to take all my love. Something about
Oh, what is going on, everyone? How are we doing on this beautiful Thursday? Super stoked to get into some of this PCK SX action. As you guys already know, welcome into Special Media. My name is Special Ed, and once again, got some great racing action coming at you here. We got the pro class going to be running here first at round number 3. And then we're going to head just after a short break. Actually got a lot of cool stuff coming up here today. Got a new segment that we're going to be implementing into the in-between between pros and amateurs. Going to be calling it Life Behind Bars. Going to be doing some interviews, things of that nature, kind of throughout the race series. So super excited. Make sure you guys are staying tuned for that. We got a really cool one here today. You guys will actually probably recognize him as he is racing today, the man Hot Wheels. Make sure you guys are keeping an eye out for that name. And then, as like I said, at that about intermission time, I guess you could call it, we're going to be doing Life Behind Bars, giving just a little insight to what some of these guys in the community and just in the entire motocross community in general got some cool ideas. Want to try and work with some people, and super stoked to see where it goes. Outside of that, I hope everyone so far is having a great night. I know myself included. Had a long day of work, but now we get to hang out, relax, and watch some great PCK Supercross action. It already sounds like we got people down on the gate. It sounds like horns going off, so I'm going to try and move very quickly here as Chase not trying to wait for me at all. We're going to go ahead and kick things on down to the cameras, and we are going to be taking a look at this beautiful round number 3 A2 track. We do have a 450 heat race number 1. Hey, and there is the man Blitz. What is going on, brother? Appreciate it. But as we were talking about it, heat race number 1 for the 450 class is underway. And who is going to be grabbing our whole shot here? It is going to be the man Thunder on the MXL Rival Inc. KTM. Off to a great start there. Gray, it's Murph, Vix, all in the pack there. It looks like Dizzle now moves his way up into that number 2 spot on that AOMX. Dorian into the number 3 spot. Bidlock, Akers, and the rest of the riders we are going to be keeping an eye out for. The man Vix, he is a very fast rider. There is the man in purple, Hot Wheels on that Chrome Star SSD bike, looking to move his way into a transfer position. But these guys coming across the line, grabbing this first green flag of the evening. And it is going to be the man Dorian out to the lead here on that VMX aerial Yamaha. Dizzle right there behind him. Akers as well. Thunder must have had a bit of a mistake there, falling back now to about the 4th position. It's Murph from the Caliper TCD team running strong right there behind him. Bidlock on the Velocity MRB Yamaha looking very clean so far. Peds and Vix battling it out. The dude Gray on the AMR bike looking very clean. Hot Wheels and Smokey battling it out there. Alad's Austin Crank. Good to see that name in here. I haven't seen him very often. And there it is. Rounding out that top 15 riders is Shmooey on that Chrome Star SSD. We're going to go ahead and jump back out to our leaders here as Dizzle now has made the pass for the lead on that AOMX PPFS FXR bike. Side by side over that finish line here for lap number 2. You don't have to win the heat race. All you have to do is take top 9 to be moving to the main event. And Dizzle with the mistake after Dorian had his own. Akers on the works bike, gonna grab the number 1 spot away. And Thunder still not letting these guys go. Holding strong, dodging some of the chaos in the whoops. Is gonna get a twofer as he goes by Dizzle and Dorian there. That new Rival Inc. sponsorship for the MXL guys has Thunder feeling good as he moves himself back into the number 1 position here. Around that big Liat right-hander into the Charge Cycle Works rhythm section. Not going to hit the quad, decides to check up. Dorian right on his rear Dunlop. 4 minutes here to go in this 450 heat race number 1. Looks like Dizzle gonna take a spill, and that's gonna allow Gray around the outside. Same thing with Murph. And now a battle for the lead. Still 3 ways. Dorian gonna clip the front end of Thunder as he is trying to get that bike back up. And that is going to allow Akers a strong drive through the whoops, and he is going to pull away just a little bit. But as we see it, Gray on that AMR bike is absolutely flying here, charging his way forward. And as we are watching it, Akers on that works Husqvarna running strong in the number 1 spot. Starting to find his flow here. Hitting that triple in, making it look easy. Dorian now finally starting to escape some of that pressure from Gray. And where did he go? There is Vix, Murph, and now Gray. So after a bit of a mistake, gonna fall back a few positions. Thunder leaps to that inside line. That is a tricky one. I know that Patron pushed that barrier in just a little bit, so you got to be careful on catching cuts there. But as we are seeing it here in A2, our first race of the night, Akers running very strong in that number 1 spot. Gonna have his hands full here, though, as Dorian starting to make a charge towards the front. A mistake from Akers, and there it is. Pass made for the lead. So we have seen this lead change already multiple times, and we can't wait to see how the main events are going to shake out. I know this track was designed to have a lot better battle and keep things a little closer than what we have seen in the previous 2 rounds, as we see Dorian with a little bit of a mistake there. Got about a minute and a half left here in heat race number 1. Akers still running strong in the number 2 spot. It's Murph, though, starting to charge forward on that caliper TCD Husqvarna, as he has now moved himself into that number 3 position. Dizzle and Thunder still battling it out, have been all race long. And these guys running in that 4th and 5th. Gray in the 6th, and Vix actually looks like he might have some cuts with him, as he is showing on the timing and scoring in 7th. Keeping an eye back here, there is Bidlock. Still running strong in the 8th position, and sitting in that final transfer spot is going to be the dude. He's going to be followed up by Shmooey and Smokey. Sorry about that. And these guys absolutely flying here, trying to make that charge to catch up to the man of the dude. And as we see at the bottom of the screen, battle breaking out here between Vix and Thunder. Thunder trying to keep that MXL bike ahead of these guys. Keeping that bike inside the top 5 is definitely crucial. And as Vix goes over the bars there, and as I'm looking at timing and scoring, it does look like Dorian has made the pass. Almost 5-second lead now over Akers. Dorian on that VMX Yamaha looking very strong as he is already starting to get his way into some lap traffic here. As we can see, top left, 2 laps to go. Hitting these rhythm sections very clean. There is definitely multiple ways to hit these rhythms, so it's really cool to see. We'll have to see in the main events if that's going to change anything up. And as we see it, white flag is out for the man Dorian, trying to wrap up this heat race here. Watching him wheelie into the whoop section. That was an interesting one. Got to be careful about dropping that front end. But as it looks like, 13-second lead over the rest of this pack here. It looks like Murph gonna have his hands full. No, actually, Murph now into the number 2 spot. It looks like Akers having some trouble falling off the pace. Gonna go down. Gray gonna be grabbing the number 3 position away from him there. We're gonna keep an eye here on Dorian as he makes his way around this final lap. Does not go for the big quad. He's going to make his way through this final rhythm section. Goes triple, triple, double, double, and one more turn as Dorian on that VMX aerial Yamaha is going to get it done here in heat race number 1. Keeping an eye out for our number 2 position. There he is. It's Murph on the Calper TCD bike. Gets it done there for the number 2 position. Gray with a great ride, charging his way forward into the number 3 spot. And Akers, who led most of this race, has some issues towards the end. Going to be coming across the line in 4th. Vix and Dizzle battle it out all the way to the end. Vix is going to be 5th. Dizzle in 6th. The man Thunder on the MXL Rival Inc. KTM gets it done, heading to the main event. Shmooey does make the charge into the 8th position. And the dude is gonna come across the line, make sure there's no cuts. And the dude is heading straight to the main event. Smokey, unfortunately, heading to our LCQ here tonight, along with the rest of these riders. Bidlock, not quite sure what happened to him. He was running in a transfer position towards the end there, though. Some unlucky scenarios. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to put the camera in turn number 1, run through our normal things here. Once again, huge shout out to the man Blitz for the 5 gifted subs. You guys are one of those guys. Make sure you give him the hype that he deserves. This guy has been climbing the gifted leaderboards. As you can see, their names up at the top of the chat there. He is up to 20, so huge shout out to that man. Obviously, Bryce at AB Customs up there with 46, and Dean just behind him there with 40. Huge shout out to those guys. Additionally to that, as we already know, it is time for sponsor information. Going through the sponsor list, as you see, the guys already that are in charge of the PCK putting up the prize pools for this race. Charge Cycle Works, huge shout out to those guys. Bullfit, Grip It, Leah, MS, Mountain Slayers, and Thrill Seekers. Huge shout out to all of those guys as they are giving us the place to actually run these races. Additionally to that, Chase over there, Patron, everybody that makes this racing possible. Huge shout out to you guys. Inside the special media booth, obviously going to be talking about Club MX, the title sponsor of special media. If you guys don't know what Club MX is, you guys live under a rock. I've talked about it so much at this point, and if you guys aren't seeing it all over pro motocross, I don't know what you guys are doing. But obviously, Club MX down there in Chesterfield, South Carolina, the top training facility in the entire U.S., in my opinion, probably the world. So huge shout out to the guys over there at Club. Huge shout out to Mike Bonacci, as he is the man getting it done over there. And then obviously huge shout out to just all the riders over there. Cody Schock grabs the heat race win last week. Super excited to see how he continues to ride. Outside of that, VM Visuals, Eltrix does graphics, 3D renders, logos, whatever you could possibly think of. This man does insane work. Make sure you guys go check him out on his Discord, Instagram. You can find all of that in my Discord, as well as I will link all of that in the chat. Just a quick break here, though. T-Bake with the gifted sub. Appreciate it, brother. That is awesome. Love the support. As always, if you guys are one of the guys receiving those subs, make sure you guys are letting the guys know that you appreciate it, getting to watch ad-free for the month. So huge shout out to T-Bake there. Continuing through the sponsor list, Fremo Films. If you guys are looking for any IRL graphics, make sure you guys go check out Fremo Films. The attention to detail is absolutely insane, and he has been absolutely killing it. AB Customs, graphics, custom gear, helmets, boots, whatever you guys could think of. Make sure you guys go check out AB Customs. Bryce does a fantastic job with all of the work that he does. Additionally to that, if you let him know you came from Special Media, he is going to hook you guys up with a 10% discount deal. MXL, TPR, both race teams, both series hosts. I know on the MXL side, they got a lot of big stuff coming up. Just got done talking to Rico and super excited to be debuting some of the news, but can't do it yet. And then obviously TPR, keeping an eye on them, seeing what they're doing. Love all of the Arena Cross series, doing something a little different than the rest of MX Bikes community. As always, huge shout out to everybody hitting that follow button, everybody that's hitting the subscribe. Can't thank you guys enough for tuning in on a Thursday. As I can see, we have Peds, Blitz with those subs, Nitty, I'm Savage, MRB Racing, and Caleb. Huge shout out to you guys for those follows. Caleb, we are going to be doing, this is PCK. We do the Pro-Am aerial events. The hopes is at some point we do work our way up to the top step doing the pro stuff. As of right now, though, we are doing the Pro-Am side. Meat Cleaver, appreciate that follow there, brother. Guys, we are on track to be hitting 600 here. It's got to be very soon. And we are currently at 587. Yeah, most definitely. So as you guys see in the chat there, Hot Wheels, we're going to go ahead and bring on a co-host just for the time being. Once again, he is going to be part of the Life Behind Bars series that we're starting up here at Intermission. So we're going to go ahead and bring on Hot Wheels in. Going to help me announce stuff. Obviously, if you guys know him, make sure you guys show him some love. But let's go ahead and bring him on into the booth as we get ready for heat race number 2 of the 450 class. Hot Wheels, what is going on, brother? How are we doing?
Good. How are you doing, my man?
Doing well, doing well. Just getting ready here for heat race number 2 of the 450 class. Let me see if I can hurry up and do this real quick. Share my screen with you. There you go. If you want to keep that, you can. All right. And riders are in the gate. 30-second board. Going to be going down here any second. Going to be seeing who grabs our whole shot here. Only about 14 riders in heat race number 2. Low turnout here in the pro class tonight. Hopefully Ams picks it up. Gate is down and we are going racing. Looks like Austin Faulkner, who was our fastest qualifier, off to a great start there. Milo actually going to be credited with the whole shot.
There's a big pile up.
Got a whole ton of riders down here after that first left-hander. But it is going to be Austin Faulkner out to our early lead. Not going to hit the big triple in. Taking a little bit of an alternate line. Scoob on that SS Designs. I was about to say in the number 2 spot, but falling back one. J Slow, sorry, on the caliper. TM. Interesting. In the number 3 here.
It's not often you see a TM in pro race.
Right. I was going to say, especially on the 450 class.
Yeah, a lot of guys are up to 250 TM, but it's rare you see the 450.
Just kind of keeping an eye as some of these riders make their way through. Looks like Jacob Stewart T-Bake the man on the MDR Yamaha. Huge shout out to that guy, as he is a gifter in the special media chat. Milo in there. Mesa goes down hard in the whoop section. Chase and Parker gonna be getting by him there. We're gonna be keeping an eye out for our transfer spot. Looks like all of these guys are gonna be battling for it. Sharp and Berkeley just sitting on the outside. And just as somebody that just came off the track, I mean, take us through it a little bit. How's the E-Road looking? Is it starting to change up lines at all, or?
No. Right now, at least in the first heat, I mean, you could still hit all the big lines. All the E-Road was looking fine. It's just trying to stay consistent where it's way more peaky this week. You got to be dialed to get things, especially the whoops. I did notice the whoops can be a little tough this week. They can really throw you if you're not careful, especially the second set of whoops.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were complaining that they were too easy, so that's why Patron ended up making them a little more peakier, a little more challenging. And same thing with the track. A lot of people complaining about just right trigger simulator. And so that's why he peaked some stuff up, made it a little more tighter, and looking for some better racing. But as we're talking about it, looks like that we got a battle for the number 2 spot here. Scoop and J Slow battling it out. Keeping that TM still towards the front of this pack, but gonna come up short on the triple in. And as we look a little back, T-Bake Jacob goes down together. And Parker on the SSM bike gonna have an easy slide up to about that number 3 spot.
Looks like we got about a 5-second gap between 8 and 9. Looks like the transfer position's getting pretty close too.
So keeping an eye on it here. There is Sharp. He is in 10th. Mesa still running in the 11th. Dirteen, I'm guessing his name is, on that Pin Performance Yamaha. He is sitting in that final transfer position. Thunder, I mean, I would say we got 450 LCQ. I think we're going to do 250 main, and then it'll be 450 main. Just kind of keeping an eye on the rest of this pack. Looks like people starting to spread out just a little bit. Our leader, Austin Faulkner, absolutely flying out there on that Beta 450.
I was watching him in qualifying. He's flying. He's looking good today.
I know he last week too was one of the top names, even with the stacked field. Looks like missing a couple riders here tonight, so he definitely has a chance to make up some points on those guys. And Scoob riding really good here, though, on that SS Designs JSC bike. It's actually the Triumph. He's looking really clean out here, running in that number 2 spot. J-Slow on that caliper. TCD.
Yeah, still running good.
Yeah, running in that number 3 spot. Can he put that bike on the podium? We'll have to see it.
The mechanic back in the pits.
Jacob Stewart on that SSM KTM running in the number 4 spot. Milo, after grabbing the whole shot, currently running in that number 5 position. And as we can see, the rest of the riders kind of piled up together here. Looks like T-Bake gonna work his way up the inside. is gonna get the pass made, but goes down. Don't know how Dirtine was able to keep that bike on 2 wheels. But T-Bake actually gonna take the worst of that one. Parker now slides his way back up just a little further. We got the man Chase in there. We seeing as they come across some timing and scoring to see who we are keeping an eye on for this final transfer spot battle. Looks like Meza still working his way up, but don't know if he's going to be close enough. As we see Dirtine right
With
there.
how tricky this track is, it's kind of crazy because I noticed, like, I make a lot of mistakes. You know, I'm an AMS rider just trying for pro, but this track, it can really punish you if you're not consistent. So you know, the guys can make positions pretty quick on this track.
Yeah, just like that, T-Bake with a mistake
As we
in
see
the
on to go
whoops.
down, yep.
And there is Meza up the inside, takes away that final transfer position.
And gets the spot.
Oh, and T-Bake has more issues. Looks like he is a little too aggressive on the throttle coming into the whoop section. And that is going to give up that transfer.
I did notice you do have to take the whoops a little slower this week to get the bike to set up right.
I think that's because they're so sharp. You kind of have to, you can't just full throttle into them. You jump too far into them.
Yep, and then it really starts to throw your back end. I do like how technical the track is, though. It definitely makes for good racing.
I was going to say, it has been some great racing so far. Nobody's being overly aggressive, which has been pretty nice as well. But as we all know, when it comes down to the LCQ and main events is when it matters, and that's when we get all the racing action. As we're talking about it, though, Lemonade with the subscription. Hey, appreciate it, brother. Welcome on in. Lemonade, yes, sir. We do both pros and amateurs.
Let's see if Meza can catch up to the transfer position. Oh, T-Bake makes a little mistake. Oh, and he goes down in the whoops again.
Man, so T-Bake was able to charge back up, caught him, passed him. But then, I don't know what happened there. T-Bake not able to get through the whoops, makes a mistake over the over-under. And as we're talking about it, looking at timing and scoring, Scoob has moved himself into the #1 position.
Oh, I did not notice that.
So Scoob on the SS Designs into the #1 spot. Austin Faulkner must be having some issues of his own. Is now trying to find his way.
E-Road might be causing some issues.
Is very possible. And I know that's exactly what Chase, the race host, was going for. Throw a little bit of a wrench into the mix. Don't make it as easy as it usually is. But on this final lap, going to be seeing who can bring it home. Can Scoob hold on to this final lap? Only about 3 or 4 more turns to go. And can he put that SS Designs Triumph on the top spot of the box here in heat race #2?
Meza is still sitting in the transfer position. T-Bake's about 5 seconds behind, 4.5. See if he can catch up.
And there it is. Scoob on the SS Designs is gonna grab heat race #2. Austin Faulkner, after leading almost the whole race, falls to the #2 spot. Jacob Stewart on the SSM KTM gonna get it done for the #3. Gonna be looking out for, there he is, the man Milo on the Yamaha in 4th. Jay Slow in the #5 spot. There is a battle between Parker and Dirtine. That is going to be 6th and 7th. Chase in that 8th position, and Meza comes across the line, is going to grab that final transfer position. T-Bake, though, going to be a guy to watch out for in the LCQ, as he is just going to miss it there. Nitty as well, starting to make a charge towards the end on that Suzuki. So once again, some great racing action for these guys. Gonna have to see who is gonna get it done in the LCQ and who is packing it up to head home. Caleb, yes sir, we are running the aerial AMs tomorrow as well. Lemonade says he is in the 250 AMs class. Definitely gonna have to keep an eye out for him there. as always,
Hopefully we
huge.
get a good turnout for the 250s.
I sure hope so, and I think we will. I have some hope that it's going to be pretty good. But if I'm not mistaken,
Alrighty, well,
yep. Go ahead.
let's see. I was just gonna say, I think I'm gonna bounce, go and get ready for the LCQ, and then I'll hop back in after.
Sounds good, brother. Yeah, good luck. Hopefully, we're catching you in the main there.
Sounds good.
All right, man. Well, as we tune back in, we're gonna take a look here, see if we find. Are we switching servers? I believe we are. So we're gonna kick things back to the booth here for just a minute as we do some admin work here. Sharp saying this is awful with the E-Road. I think the E-Road is awesome. I think it gives a good spin between heat races. These guys don't get to go out and track prep all day long, so it gives it a little more IRL feel. Meza saying he actually likes the E-Road. Moto X saying he's liking the E-Road as well. Do I play? I play. And Moto VR with the follow. That is 590 followers. Let's go, guys. Savage, what did you sign up for? Dirt nabs for days. Hey, you can maybe you can make something happen in the 250 Pro class. I mean, I know these guys, they're not being too picky about it. If you end up running the AMS class as well, as long as you don't smoke the field, they'll be fine with it. Huge shout out to you guys. PSU, Jacob Stewart. Appreciate those follows, guys. We're up to 592. We're 8 followers away. Jace, appreciate it. 7 followers away from the 600 mark. Super excited to be able to hit that point. That is a huge milestone for us. Jay Slow, what is going on, brother? Appreciate the follow. If you guys aren't following, make sure you hit that follow button. Get all of the notifications when special media is going live. Definitely don't want to miss out on any of the racing action. As you've probably seen and heard me talking about, we do the obviously PCK series, both amateur and pro side. So if you guys are hanging around for the amateur class, that is going to be coming up here shortly after the pros. And then tomorrow afternoon, we do run the AEO aerial amateur class as well. So make sure you guys are tuning in for that tomorrow, as the racing action is always great. Got a Triple Crown coming up. So all of the racing action, all within 3 motos. Chase you with okay, Banana Designs. I'll try and remember it. No promises, but Caleb's racing the aerial. All right, all right. And to everyone, how's my mic sound? Does it sound good? Once again, playing around with some settings and not always sure what is going on. Frank Lulek, how we doing, brother? That's crazy. Awesome. Awesome. Studio quality. Hey man, we are in the VM Visuals special media booth. As always, brought to you by Club MX. That's what we like to hear. Well, I don't know. This might be not necessarily the most popular opinion, but my goal is to take Navo's spot. When Navos decides to step off the top spot, you know who is going to be there for it. We have kicked the idea around though of doing some streams together. But it does sound like 450 LCQ is about to get rolling. So we're going to go ahead, kick things on back down to our cameras. We're going to see how this LCQ turns out for the 450 class. Shots fired. All right, looks like 30-second board is down already. Looks like we got about 9 people, only 4 of them heading to our main event here tonight. Who is gonna grab our hole shot? Gate is down and we are going racing. Looks like Austin Crank on the AMR gonna be credited with the hole shot and into the early lead. Couple riders making a few mistakes though, going down early. Smokey off the side of the track. Holland on the TSC SPS KTM into the number 2 spot. Berkeley on that Velocity MRB. Husqvarna now into the number 3. In that final transfer position is going to be the man Bidlock on that Velocity team as well. T-Bake, the MDR rider, not where he wants to be right this second. Same thing with Nitty, Sharp, Hot Wheels, Smokey, all trying to find the rhythm to catch up to the rest of the pack here. But it is Austin Crank on the AMR SCD PPFS team. Runs strong in the number 1 spot here in the 450 LCQ. If you guys don't know, Austin Crank, the owner there of PPFS, they are a top performing suspension company here in the MX Bikes community. Huge shout out to Austin Crank there. Holland, though, puts on the charge, trying to reel him in. Can he grab the number 1 spot away from Austin Crank? Austin taking the more smarter line, dives to the inside. Is going to go double, triple. So, and Holland makes a mistake. Berkeley comes up short on the triple. And Nitty's going to make the pass on him. Berkeley having some issues of his own. There is Bidlock, Sharp, all right together. T-Bake as well. Smokey on that AMR Yamaha. And our man Hot Wheels, who we heard in the booth for heat race number 2, buried there in the back, not where he wants to be seen. Austin Crank, though, looks like he was able to pull away from the man Holland, using the outside in the sand, taking the little bit of a safer line. PPFS is PPFSing. Got that AMR kit on, looking very clean. See if we can't take a look at that as he comes up over that massive Supercross triple. Got that red, white, and blue Yamaha. It's got the white and tan gear on. Chase, probably not. Just because I do have to close my game out. And I know Chase from Charge Cycle Works, the series host, is gonna want to be getting moving as we're gonna do 250 main event just after this. Austin Crank down in the sand there, but he is absolutely gone. We're going to go ahead, take a look at the rest of this battle here. It looks like T-Bake now up into the number 2 spot. It has Sharp on that Hustle Racing right behind him. Guy's going to get collected, as we are now going to see a battle there for the number 2 spot. Looks like Bidlock now into the number 4 position. May have some cuts, though, so going to have to keep an eye. Dayton with the Prime sub. Let us go, brother. Appreciate it. Huge shout out to that, man. You guys didn't know, if you have a Amazon Prime account, you do get a free sub, so you can dodge all of the ads each month. If you guys got it, make sure you guys are using it here in special media. All of it is just a huge help in the ability for us to give back that much more. But as we're keeping an eye on it here, looks like Bidlock and Nitty battling it out here. That is for the number 3 position. And now T-Bake sitting on the outside looking in, wants to move that Yamaha back towards the front. Holland and Smokey get tangled up together. So does T-Bake have what it takes to catch up into the number 4 position of Nitty? A little bit of a mistake there before the whoop section. That is not going to be good. Needs every bit of drive, and he is going to go down. Smokey now into that number 5 position. As time expires, 2 laps to go here. We're going to see, does Smokey have what it takes to catch up to the front runners? Looks like Austin Crank, though, on that AMR SCD PPFS Yamaha, absolutely flying, showing that he did not belong here in the LCQ. Already about a 30-second lead over the rest of this pack. He is absolutely flying, getting some practice laps in, seeing what he can do. Austin Crank, a known pro rider as well. Using that middle line, you don't see that very often. And using the inside, let's see if he's going to go triple. Does he hit the big quad, or does he just triple in? Just going to triple in. But it does look like Austin Crank on the AMR SCD PPFS Yamaha is going to get it done as he heads to the main event, throws the hand up there. And we keep an eye out for the rest of our riders. I believe that is going to be Bidlock now into the number 2 spot on that Velocity MRB Yamaha, as he looks to make his way into the main event. Looks like Smokey was able to catch up to Nitty and make the pass. Not quite sure what happened there, as Bidlock is going to be coming across the line, grabs the number 2 position. He is heading to the main event. As we see 3 and 4 on screen, Nitty on that Tropaz Racing, not going to be close enough. Sharp comes across the line, Smokey, and there is Nitty. Unfortunate ride there on the Suzuki, missing it by 1 spot each time, as he is going to be heading home, watching the races right here from special media. But as we all know, it is time to get into our main event racing. We're going to go ahead. I believe we're going to kick things into a different server as we are about to get into the racing. I'm going to go ahead and kick it on back to the booth here. We're going to jump back, get a few things dialed in. I'm going to go ahead, drag in Hot Wheels once again, as he's going to hang out with us here. What is going on, Hot Wheels? How we doing, brother?
Better. Now that I fixed the controller, it started freaking out during that LCQ.
Oh man, that sucks.
It happens.
Just kind of taking a look through some of the chat here. Blitz, can I race AMs? I mean, you're more than welcome to quali. I don't know if Chase is gonna boot you out or not, but it's worth a shot.
Hopefully Chase doesn't boot me out, even though I quali for pro, because that was not. I am not pro level, that's for sure.
I doubt it. I know we've had some pretty fast dudes in here.
Yeah.
Chase, I do not believe I am whitelisted. Hey, Isaiah with the Prime sub. Let's go. Appreciate it. Dodging those ads.
I'm gonna pull up your stream and mute it so I can see the chat.
You need my GUID there, Chase. Hold on, coming your way. Give me 1 sec. T-Bake. Did T-Bake not qualify? I could have sworn he did.
He was in there. We were watching him. Unless he didn't make it in the.
Yeah, he didn't. He fell out.
Oh shoot.
Smokey ended up grabbing that final transfer spot. Yes, sir, Chase. All good. Yeah, Smokey, that was a good comeback there. 30 seconds down on lap 1. We're gonna be diving into the 250 main event. Obviously, as you guys probably noticed, we let the track creator into the race. I mean, I'm cool with it. We didn't have enough people anyways to field the whole gate, so why not? Cedric, say it. No, it won't be. It won't be Chase. Thunder says, "Bro, gonna know all the cut lines. I'm with it." It'll be yeah, it'll be Patron. He's been doing an absolutely killer job lately on these tracks.
Yes, he has. I really like him.
They've been some of my most favorite tracks that have really came out in the game of MX bikes. They're fast enough with enough technique with some of these ruts that they've been experimenting with. It has been such a solid one for me.
I like it so where you can have a lot of line changes. It makes it really fun.
I agree. I like some of the cut down lines, like having the ability to square up and still have something to grab onto. Like with these new bikes, I think it opens them up more and gives you some different line choices.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It makes it real fun.
Like nothing against the aerial tracks, but I think with these new OEMs, you have to sweep every corner. And so with that, it's just not as fun as a track like this that you can cut down into turns or use alternate lines and still hit the main rhythm. It looks like T-Bake's asking you if you're racing AMs.
Yes, I am. AMS 450.
450, huh?
Yeah, I'm a 450 guy now. The way with how my controller is and just for how much momentum you have to carry on a 250, I just can't do it. So the power of the 450 just helps me stay more consistent.
Fair enough. And yeah, like I said, after our main events here, definitely gonna need to showcase that off. Like I said, do the life behind bars segment, and should be really cool. Well, let's go ahead. We'll jump out of the booth here, jump back down to the track cameras. That way we can show off any kits or anything. I don't know why I don't have D-Web's stuff there, but additionally to that, second dinner in Damasta with the follows. Appreciate that, guys. Dude, we got to be right there. We got to be almost 600. We need 4 more followers to hit 600 followers. Come on, there's got to be at least...
Everyone in chat, if you're not following, follow.
There's got to be at least a couple of y'all that aren't following. But just like that, horn is going off here for the 250 main event of round number 3 in the PCK series. Caleb, if you want, send them in the Charge Cycle Works Discord, or you can find them the Dropbox, and you can put it into my Discord. Either one, whichever works better for you. But riders are on the gate. Gonna be getting ready for our main event here. As the revs are going up, who is gonna be grabbing the whole shot? Gate is down and let's go racing. Look at the pile of Husqvarna's Leonard.
Pile up. Oh my goodness.
Leonard on the Husky grabs the whole shot, but gonna fall off quick as the man Brad on the Club MX FXR bike into the #1 position. Reeby on that AEO 0 CDS into the #2 spot. Leonard on the Banana Designs after a few mistakes early on. He is going to be rolling there in the #3. Husky on the Banana Designs in 4th, battling it out with the man Frank Willek on the AOMX Menger. And there is Patron on that Charge Cycle Works. So the rider to be looking out for, the man that made the track. I have heard he ran a 102.5 on a 250.
That is moving.
So he is absolutely flying. Gonna have to see, can he run the consistency though to put that bike further up the list. But it is gonna be, I believe, our points leader, Brad. Yeah, he is our points leader out in the #1 position and has Reeby there right behind him. That is 1 and 2 in points. So this position definitely going to matter as we head further down the stretch of the championship. Looks like Brad not able to quad there. Reeby comes up just a touch short. Gap gonna stay about the same. Brad with a couple mistakes. Gonna have to see if he can clean it up here a little bit. Looks like Leonard, though, on the Banana Design, still running very strong in that #3 spot. Ethan on the SPX Performance VKD bike charges his way into the #4 spot, and he is looking to make the pass there on Leonard. Frank Willek, another name to be watching out for, has his hands full with Patron. Giro on that CCW CYS bike. Jenkins from the Hustle Racing, and Menger right there behind him. Nike goes down, or no, that was Menger on the Banana Designs. Menger goes down, and he seems to have a lot of issues down there. And then into the
Must have
whoops.
been busy kicking that bike down there.
He's just sitting there kicking and kicking away.
Yeah.
Also, what Chase just posted in the chat there, Patron is going to retire at 2 laps to go so he doesn't mess up points. So if anybody was worried about that, Patron is not collecting points for tonight. He's still kind of hanging out there, though, in about the 6th position behind Frank and Leonard. Frank looking to move that AOMX bike. Oh, my God. Almost runs into the back of Leonard there.
It's a fun little battle.
I was going to say, it looks like Brad and Reeby still only about a second and a half off each other. But the battle here between 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Oh, and Patron goes...
Oh, Patron.
goes flying off the top of the sand. That allows Leonard back by him there. Frank's going to slide himself another position up. But as we jump back out to the lead, Brad and Reeby still have each other right in the same turn. Brad's going to come up just a bit short on that triple out. This might get interesting as we get a little later into this race after some E-Road starts to kick in. You can already see that outside line getting chewed up. I'm curious to see if these guys are going to have to be changing up any line choices. Looks like everybody's kind of stuck to one spot, but with that E-Road, it may end up changing some of the main lines. These guys are already getting into some lap traffic. These guys absolutely flying out here. I'm gonna see if I can't
Brad
pull up.
comes short on the triple.
Gonna see if I can't pull up some timing and scoring here real quick. We're gonna see the rest of the riders. There goes Ethan. He is still trying to charge up, already down to about a 6.5 second difference. So he is catching up to those leaders. There is Leonard and Frank still battling out. Actually, looks like Leonard able to take the position away back from Frank Willek there. And Jenkins putting his name into the hat. Gonna go just a bit wide. Catches that grip it tough block. And Nike on the main Husqvarna running strong there in about the 9th position. Has Patron still in this battle. Is Patron on a Honda? I believe so.
It looks like it.
And actually, after pulling up some timing and scoring, it looks like our man Ethan has our fastest lap time. And just as we're talking about it, Reeby has the lead. Ethan is all over the rear tire of Brad now. So Brad must have had a mistake somewhere on this lap that has allowed these guys to catch up. Brad not able to triple out again. Gonna get tangled up with a lapped rider and goes down. Ethan on that SPX Performance now into the number 2 position. As we all know, dodging some of these lapped riders can be very hairy. But it is going to be the man Reeby on that AEO 0 CDS Husqvarna up into the number 1 position. Ethan on that SPX Performance VKD bike now into the number 2 spot. Look at that. Lap rider goes flying. Reeby able to dodge it. But Brad on that Club MX FXR Ashika bike tries to charge his way forward and not let these guys get too far away. As we are about halfway through this 250 main event. And still keeping an eye on it, seeing if we have anybody else catching up. It does not look like it. Looks like sitting in that number 5 spot, battling it out with Frank Willek, is the man Giro on that CCW CYS bike.
Comes up short on the triple.
Yeah, comes up short on the Supercross triple. Gonna lose that position away. Giro with another mistake allows Patron now by. Once again, these guys about to get into some lap traffic. Oh, that was a lapped rider. Goes down over the bars there. Look at that rut already carving in. 7 minutes still here to go. Frank Willek bouncing side to side through that sand section. I don't know if those guys just clip bikes or not, but... And after the pass was made, Reeby looks to be trying to extend that lead out just a little bit further. 4.5 seconds now, but that last lap was a slow one. Ethan and Brad closing that gap into about 2.5 seconds. It does look like Reeby has a second of cuts as well. As we all know, that could come back to haunt him, as a lot of these races have ended very close. When Ethan goes down at the outside of the sand turn, that allows Brad back into the number 2 position. Now Brad has a little bit of a clear track. Can he make the charge? Reeby getting through some of that lap traffic, still very clean, already lapping his way almost to the top 10 riders. Looks like he is going to have some clear track as well. That last lap absolutely flying, runs a 104 comparatively to Brad's 105.5.
He is flying.
That's almost the fastest lap so far of the race, getting there. And he is putting it down towards the end. So even with the E-Road, these guys not letting up. Once again, does Brad have what it takes to catch up to the man Reeby? He does have a lapped rider now in front of him. Looks like lap rider trying to move out of the way. Reeby not able to hit the big on there. Still gonna make the pass happen.
Looks like he pulled his lead out another second on Ethan as well.
Say that last lap, a 103.8. So he is getting faster as the E-Road gets worse. Brad and Ethan still battling it out. Looks like Brad does have about a second of cuts now, so that is definitely going to hurt him. And that's why we see Ethan into the number 2 spot, up in timing and scoring. Just as we're talking about it too, Patron almost 30 seconds back, moves himself now into the number 4 position. Still has Frank Willek running strong right there behind him. Frank, one of the fastest riders here tonight, but just can't seem to keep that bike on 2 wheels. And there is Leonard. Great ride from the man on the Banana Designs Husqvarna. Has been running very strong. Has Nike right there behind him as well. Looking for the rest of our riders. There is Giro currently running in that number 8 position on that CCW bike. Few lapped riders, huge gap back here to Jenkins, and there is Menger. So that is the battle for the 9th and 10th spot. And Reeby already coming up to put these guys a lap down, as we see 3 minutes here still to go in the 250 main event. Ooh, look at that. Reeby not able to hit the triple lap, or Jenkins runs into the rear tire of him, does a front flip, and able to land it. That was impressive. But as we've been watching it, Reeby still just running away with this main. After he got around Brad, he has not looked back. Looks like Ethan's still trying to keep Brad in his sights as well. Ethan choosing a different line there. Doesn't take the massive E-road line. Chooses down to the inside. Really didn't slow him down that much. So definitely something that he has in his back pocket. Trying to keep an eye on timing and scoring. Looks like we do have a battle right now between Frank and Patron. There it is on track. These guys duking it out. I believe this is our closest battle in terms of times right now. Patron gets hung up on that inside. Charge Cycle works tough block. Allows Frank a little more breathing room here. Frank absolutely sideways over that table there. And Hot Wheels, what is do you think still trying to hit this triple is worth it? Do you think going to this inside and doubling your way through?
You know, I haven't rode a 250 on this track, so I don't know how well they can hook up. But I mean, if you can get it, that's definitely gonna be the fast line. But if you want to be careful, I definitely take the inside.
I was gonna say a lot of these guys have been tripling in from the outside. About to see Reeby come through here. Most riders using the outside going triple, and then that big quad. But it does look like that inside line doubling their way in is starting to become the more viable option, just as it is a touch safer. As we see Ethan works that inside, Brad launches off the side.
Able to save it.
But look at that, Ethan gives him the business. Sends Brad flying.
Ethan thinks this is the LCQ.
Chased with the damn. That was a hit on our points leader. Gonna see, does Brad have what it takes to make the charge? Catch back up already. Ethan with the mistake off the side of the whoops, and Brad's gonna take the number 2 spot back away from him. And we're gonna be keeping an eye out because Reeby gonna be coming across our line here of relatively soon. Gonna have to see where he is on track. There he is, the man on the AEO 0 CDS Husqvarna. 2 more turns to go. Nope, sorry, that's white flag. He's grabbing white flag. Our flagger's out here throwing it a bit early. There it is. Reeby on that white flag lap now. 1 more lap to go to secure the number 1 spot here at round number 3. Don't know if it's going to be enough to dethrone our man Brad from the points lead, but it is definitely going to help, as Brad currently sitting in the number 3 spot here. Reeby still navigating through some of this lap traffic. Comes up a bit short on the Supercross triple. Bruce, being a good lapper there, checks up for him. This final lap has not been a clean one for the man Reeby. Good thing he was riding clean enough to open that gap. Now 2 more turns to go. Reeby on the AEO bike is gonna get it done here for round number 3.
Light the candles, party in the Husky pit.
Ethan on the SPX Performance comes across the line in the number 2 spot. Brad on that Club MX FXR into the number 3. Going to be seeing where the rest of our riders are. There is the man Frank Willek on the AOMX cartwheeling down. Looks like he has a massive lead over the next rider of Nike. So Frank on that AOMX bike comes across the line in the number 4 position. There is Nike and Giro. Giro actually going to grab the position. Does he have cuts? No, and Giro's going to grab the number 5 there. Great ride from the CCW rider. And Nike, unfortunately, going to be just missing outside that top 5. Leonard with a great ride in the number 7 position. As we all know, Patron did retire out, so he is going to be dropping back here. Menger going to be grabbing that number 7 position. Jenkins in the 9th, Robin in 10th, Cam 11th, Savage in that 13th, Husky in the 14th, Alfred in the 14th, Bruce in the 15th. That's a little confusing having Patron or Patron up there.
Patron, yeah.
But as we were talking about it, obviously, huge shout out to everybody hitting that follow button. Looks like we got 1 or 2 more people in there. We've got to be close to that 600 mark. Yeah, 597. 3 more people. Chase saying track creator got smoked on his own track. Could not be me personally.
I think we need to have a one-on-one race between those two.
But as we are kind of hanging out here, we're going to go ahead. Chase, are we staying in the same lobby, or are we doing a fresh track for the 450 main? New server. Just like that, we're going to go ahead back to the booth here, hang out here for just a minute, and then we are going to go ahead and get to our 450 main event. Appreciate it, Matt. Appreciate it. Froggy, yes, sir. This is the pro class. Gonna have amateurs coming up here shortly after our 450 main event. Dial tricks, however you say that. Appreciate the follow there, brother. Once again, though, super excited to get into this 450 racing action, as well as the amateur classes just after this. Looks like 450 main is up. Make sure you guys are jumping into that if you guys are in it. Looks like I'm behind on the curve. Aaron MX at W track. That E-Road kicked in hard. It's the whole plan there, man. Don't want
I think it kicks in really well, though. Like, it's not unrideable. You know, it just makes it more challenging and makes the tracks to where the racing. I mean, we've seen it. It's really, really good now.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it does. It gives a good, real life kind of feel to it. I mean, if you take away and you just have a nice smooth track the whole race, it's just who can keep the bike on 2 wheels and just stay on the throttle the hardest.
Yeah.
When you
I mean, this isn't Farm 14 or anything like that. So
right, yeah, it definitely makes a difference. And like I said, I love the way these tracks have been kind of working in. As I was kind of mentioning before, I'm a test rider for these guys, so putting in quite a few laps throughout the week and watching the tracks kind of develop and grow. And Patron has been doing an absolutely phenomenal job on these and taking all the criticism and critiques that everybody kind of does in the polls in the PCK or the CCW, Discord. He's been taking everybody's insight on it and trying to adapt to as many people as he can. And honestly, has been doing such a fantastic job with it. Cedric said L for goofing on farm. That's where real riders separate themselves. Goth with the follow. Appreciate that. Matt saying I made 10 posts. On what? But look at that. We are already getting ready to go racing here for the 450 main event. We're going to go ahead and kick things on down to our track cams. Going to be seeing who is going to take home the #1 spot here in the 450 class.
I just got to give a little shout out to Shmoo on the Chrome Star. See how well he does on this track.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And as always, a 30-second board is going to be up. Only a few more seconds left before we hear those revs peak out and we find out who is going to be grabbing our whole shot here. And just like that, revs are going up. Looks like we have a DQ, so we're probably going to be restarting here. Yep.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
Jace, I know you're trying to put a link in there. It ain't going to let you. I got you. I got it up for me. There you go. Who do we think's gonna pull the whole shot? I think it's gonna come from like right here. And
I think so too.
We are about to find out as revs are going up here for the 450 main event, round number 3. And let's go racing. Great start. Huge pile up. Oh my God. Vix is going to be accredited with the whole shot. But it is going to be the man Thunder on the MXL out front early, battling it out with Dorian once again. Vix in the mix. Jacob Stewart Bidlock coming out of the LCQ. Gray on the AMR. A lot of riders to be watching out for. Thunder not going to hit the triple in. Is going to lose the #2 spot. No, he jumps across the corner. Is going to hold on to the #2. Bidlock into the back of Vix. Lap #1 has been absolutely crazy already. But Dorian on that VMX Yamaha out to our early lead. Thunder trying to keep that MXL Rival Inc. bike out to the front as he is absolutely
Gotta watch out close
flying.
because those betas are quick through the whoops.
Indeed they are, and it is Austin Faulkner who was our top qualifier. Commenter's curse right there. But as always, a huge shout out to the man Thunder, the owner of TH Visuals. He is a sponsor of the special media booth, so huge shout out to this man. Got a lot of cool stuff coming up that we are going to be working with the THV team and see what we can come out for even our own followers. So definitely make sure you guys are staying tuned to that. But as we are saying, Dorian out front looking to check out already a 6.5 second lead over the rest of this pack. And now Austin Faulkner moves his way into the #2 spot as you called it on that beta.
It was like a good qualifying first heat. He looked good. As long as he can keep those mistakes down, I think he's going to do really well.
And actually, he had lost the win there for heat race #2 to Scoob, who's buried back there in 8th. Thunder with a mistake. Goes down. Murph now on the caliper. Husqvarna goes down at the end of the whoops there. And Gray on the AMR now up there into the #4 position, or 5 position, sorry. The dude, a great ride from him. He was on that bubble in heat race #1, looking to move that bike a little further up this pack here in the main event. Chase, I believe, said he is on the Banana Designs. It is not Onyx anymore. Milo, Dizzle, Austin Crank, there he is. After winning the 450 LCQ, running strong there in the number 11 position. Jacob Stewart, who we thought was going to be a strong rider in the main event, buried back there in 13th. Sharp goes flying off the top of that berm. Here's your man calling him out,
There's
Shmoo.
Shmooey. There's my guy. He's the team owner of Chrome Star.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's looking good. Running back there in about 15th, 16th position as Akers goes cartwheeling.
Oh.
And he is going to get collected with it. Looking for any battles here. We have a battle of Chase, the dude, and Dizzle's going to get collected in there. Gets that bike moving. And I would be showing our leader more, but he is absolutely gone. 10.5 second lead over the rest of this pack, as there he is on screen.
He
Just
is
making it look,
absolutely flying.
yeah, just flawless, getting through the whoops very clean, very fast. Seems to be hitting all his lines correctly, and Austin Faulkner just hasn't seemed to have the pace to catch him.
Busy Dorian did make a mistake there at the end of the whoops.
So he's not a robot. He does make mistakes. But once again, Austin Faulkner running in that number 2 position, trying to make up some points on the rest of the field. Gonna see if he can't move that bike further forward. Just gonna see where he is at in points. Believe he is currently sitting in 5th. So that is definitely gonna help him as he almost gets cleaned out by a lapped rider there. And Dorian, he's back there in 11th. I don't think he ran round number 2. So looking to make a charge at this championship. Missing a lot of our main guys, though. 3 Palms not in here. Linz, Transcend. A lot of them not racing here tonight. Definitely open the door for somebody else to be squeaking their name into the championship hunt. And that is going to be the man. Dorian is looking very clean, even after a few mistakes, holding on to about that 9 to 10 second lead.
There's a big gap between 2nd and 3rd as well, between Faulkner and Vix.
I think Faulkner just had a bit of a mistake there, so Vic's starting to...
It looked like it. His timing gig caught up.
Yeah, starting to close in just a little bit there. I believe Vic's on that JJT Husqvarna. And Thunder, huge shout out to this man, still holding real strong in that number 4 position, and has Murph and Gray right there behind him. These guys just sharking for a mistake. But I don't think any of these guys have slipped up so far, as we see Gray is about 6 seconds, if not further, in front of the man Austin Crank, who's currently sitting in the 7th position. Has Dizzle right behind him. Chase and the dude battling it out there between 9th and 10th. Scoob, who we saw win heat race number 2, has not seemed to get it moving. Actually gone the opposite way since the last time we checked in on him. Back there in 10th now. Rest of the riders making their way through. Chase Low looking good there on that TM still. Bidlock, Jacob Stewart, Smokey from the AMR team, Parker on the SSM. And there is Dorian, so already putting people a lap down. Looks like Parker crashing over that triple. I don't know if that was on purpose or if Dorian tried to take that line. And as I'm looking at timing and scoring, Dorian absolutely flying, but it is going to be the man Vix takes away the number 2 spot now from Austin Faulkner. almost loses it in the whoops there. These whoops seem to be getting absolutely destroyed. Ryder struggling to keep the bike on two wheels as Gray goes down. Murph as well. And Thunder is going to take that position back. Oh, as I say, it goes down hard.
Oh, we're under.
If he's not careful, he is going to have Austin Crank and Dizzle breathing down his neck. And
oh, and Thunder goes down again.
Yeah, man, that is just those mistakes not allows Dizzle a 2-for-1. Austin Crank going to be falling back another position there.
It'll be interesting to see how this E-Road shapes up with the 450s.
I was going to say, we're only about 10 or so minutes in. We still have another 11 minutes to go. And we can already see, look how deep that rut's getting. And I'm shocked. There it is, Scoob trying to work up the inside. That was so much faster, just staying out of some of the E-Road. Works up the inside, gonna be making the pass there on Austin Crank if he can get that bike turned. They're going to be side by side coming down this start straight. Scoob has the inside. Going to late break Austin Crank and takes that position away. So we see Dizzle and Thunder still battling it out here. This is for... looks like Thunder might have some cuts involved. It looks like he does.
It's very, very close.
All these guys do except Scoob.
It's Austin Crank gets by Thunder. Oh, and Thunder comes right back across the finish.
These guys still launching it onto the on-off, tripling in. You know what? The one thing that we were talking about the other day is nobody's quadded in like the Jet Lawrence line. I know Chase had said it was possible, but have not seen it here today.
Maybe I'll try it on the AMs and see what happens.
I don't know if I think Chase said it wasn't much faster, but it looks cool.
Exactly. Style points for the win.
Sometimes that's all that matters. But as we are keeping an eye on it here, Gray still all over the rear tire there of Murph, trying to hold on to the number 4 position. And Gray has been relentless on him, has been there all moto long.
Dorian is still holding that 20-second lead. He is absolutely flying.
Yeah, Dorian actually has the fastest lap time of the night as well, a 1:02.9. That is absolutely crazy. The 250 guys almost ran the same lap times.
I think that's what's pretty cool about Supercrosses. You know, Moto, you can have a 10-second gap between the 250 and 450s, but in Supercross, it's real tight. It just is, if you can get your lines clean, the 250s can run just as fast as the 450s.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Some of the lines that you may get could be a little bigger for a 450, but sometimes they might not be faster. Like I said, that overline over the table, Chase was saying it was not any faster. So
yeah, and it's almost, with how technical this track is, it's almost better to go inside and play the safe route if you're not comfortable trying to go for those big lines.
Right. Yeah, most definitely. I mean, hey, we talk about it all the time. Consistency is key. You're making mistakes. That means you're not moving forward. And as we're saying it, though, Dorian has been almost absolutely flawless this race, and it is definitely showing 22.5-second lead over the man of Austin Forkner, who is no slouch of a racer. Has Vix still about 4 seconds off the pace of him, and Gray still sharking back there, hoping that something's going to happen, but Gray, Murph, Austin Crank all there within about 3 seconds. Here goes Austin Faulkner, kind of in no man's land there. This is Vix on that JJT SPS bike. There's the man Shmooey on that Chrome Star SSD.
He's made a few places. He was, last I looked, he was down in 18th, and now he's up to 15th, so he's making a little bit of time.
Yeah, love to see it moving his way forward. There is Austin Crank. Great ride from this man. Already up in the number 6 position. Stayed in front of Scoob as well.
Looks like Shmooey made a mistake at the end of those whoops.
So letting those guys go by there. Looks like Vix now under pressure from Gray. Gray is going to take that number 3 spot away from him. Vix and Gray do have some cuts. Gray has 4, Vix has 2. And just like that,
Vix makes a mistake.
yeah, and that is gonna hurt him. We're gonna see, is it enough to take over the number 3 spot in timing and scoring? Not go. Yep, there it goes, updating it. And Gray now into the number 3 spot on the AMR SCD bike. Gray is in the number 4 spot in the championship, so definitely going to help him out here with some of these riders missing. I've been keeping an eye on the left-hand side. Thunder just seems to be dropping off the pace, losing a few positions. Now has Dizzle all over that rear tire.
This E-Road must be getting a little rough. It's starting to throw some issues on some guys in the corner.
Look at that. Austin Crank now moves his way into the number 5 spot. So whatever that PPFS suspension that he's got working right now is doing the job as he keeps charging forward. It is definitely a kind of an interesting play. Do you set the bike up for a smooth track, or do you set it up for E-Road?
You know, I'm not good with setups. I run what Slim runs. We run Slim on our team, and I kind of was struggling with my setup. I felt like I was getting tossed all over the place, so I don't know exactly what to run on this track.
It's definitely a tricky one because you need the bike to be, it needs to be able to turn tight. This track has a lot of those narrow lines, quick turn and jump. But at the same time, you need to have a nice stiff suspension. And then you get into this double whoop section, and it throws that whole suspension setup off. So it's definitely a really hard track. And then you get into some of this E-Road, and it can really put a toll on a bike that's not necessarily set up for it. And as we're seeing it looks like Crank may have done the prep for the later in the moto, as he has been absolutely charging forward, put that bike now into the number 5 spot, and is looking to already closing that gap in now on Vix. Austin Faulkner as well, only about a 5-second lead over him and Gray. That is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. Vix starting to close that gap in. Gray, as we know, has 2 more seconds of cuts than Vix. And we still have 3 minutes here to go in this 450 main event. Just kind of checking out the rest of the riders. There is Milo in that number 12 spot. Austin Faulkner still running in the number 2. Like you had mentioned earlier, Dorian has kind of checked out, found his groove, and is just managing that 20-second gap. Absolutely amazing. He is not giving up much time to these guys. Looks like that last lap might have had a couple mistakes, but he is still riding absolutely phenomenal here.
He definitely has that bike dialed.
And he has been fast from the beginning. Look at that. Austin Faulkner using a different line, not hitting some of the E-Road. Vix with a mistake. Gray is going to pass him by.
I just hit up Slim to see if he can send me an E-Road setup, so maybe we'll try that later.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, that's definitely a smart move later in these mains. It definitely benefits to have a setup that can handle it. Andre over there saying, ain't no way Dorian is human.
He is full robot mode, no mistakes.
He is locked in. 20-second lead, has held that every single lap by. Still running a 106. So even with all the E-Road, is just absolutely clicking laps off, making it look easy. I gotta say though, Austin Faulkner.
I was gonna say, Dorian, it looks like he's taking a few different lines to stay out of the E-Road.
And I think that's key. I mean, if you can plan it out and have some different lines in mind that you're going to be utilizing, that is definitely crucial. Like, I'm really shocked nobody started to use that cut down line more.
Looks like a few people have, but definitely, I think that's going to be, as we see Smokey do it, I think that's going to be the move with the moto for sure.
Yeah, because it definitely seems like the faster line there is Austin Crank. And it's just kind of dodging some of that crazy E-Road, able to find a different kind of rhythm almost through the whoops as well. You see Bid trying to work
like
up.
You'll set your back end up a little bit better so that it's not getting tossed around on the whoops from the get-go.
Most definitely. I'm definitely just taking a look at some other spots on track. As you can see, some of the lines getting absolutely destroyed. That outside line is crazy in this turn.
Yes, it is.
But look at that, still able to triple in. So to me, that is some good E-Road.
I think so too. As long as you can keep the traction with the E-Road, I think that's the biggest thing.
There is Murph. Still battling it out there with Dizzle. Murph with a bit of a mistake. Dizzle's going to take that position away from him. As we see, though, in the top left corner, 2 laps to go. And Dorian has been absolutely phenomenal here, lapping his way all the way into the number 9 spot. See how early we're throwing the white flag?
It is interesting. I like the setup where he's standing down at the bottom of the jump as well.
But there it is. White flag is out for our man Dorian on the VMX Aerial Yamaha. Definitely what he needed to do to get his name further up the championship leaderboard. Just tiptoeing his way.
And he's putting people 2 laps down. He is absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's put already up to 15th, 2 laps down. Over that soupy triple one more time is gonna go wide. Hits that big triple in.
It's a clean.
Hits the quad. E-Road does not seem to be bothering him here. It's gonna check up. Just go double, double, double. As he seems to have plenty of a lead here. But it is gonna be Dorian on the VMX bike. Gets it done here for round number 3 of the 450 class. A great riding from him there. Gonna be keeping an eye out. Looks like Gray slides his way into the number 2 spot. So not sure what happened to Austin Faulkner here. Vic's gonna move into the number 3. And Austin Faulkner, who ran in the number 2 spot all race, is gonna find himself in the number 4 position. Keeping an eye out for the rest of our field. There is Austin Crank. Great ride from that man into the number 5 position. Smokey in there as well. Trying to see if we can find our final few guys. There is Dizzle. So he is going to be coming across the line in the number 6 spot for that AOMX team. I think, is that all of our riders? There is Murph on that Caliper TCD. Husqvarna thought he was going to have more in the tank. Ends up 7th in Scoob on that SS Designs in the number 8 spot. Thunder into the number 9. Mesa in that number 10 position. Milo 11th. Chase in 12th. J Slow in 13th. Bidlock. Shmooey, the man, in 15th. Parker, Jacob, Smokey, Sharp, Dirteen, the dude, and Akers rounding out our top 22 riders. Some great racing there. As always, a huge shout out to our top 3, Dorian, Gray, and Vix. Absolutely flying. And I believe, as we were talking, we broke the 600 follower mark. Huge shout out to all you guys. Appreciate all the love, all the support that you guys have given us. We're going to go ahead and kick things on down to the booth here. Going to hang out for just a minute. Chase, do you want to jump in here? Do we have the wheel? Wheels, I don't know if you've picked up on it, but we do $5 to everyone from 4th would be to 20th.
I did not know that.
Wheel is getting made yet for 450 and 250 pro classes.
So I just spin the wheel and out of those names?
Yep.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a little extra kind of bonus that we can get people involved, get them a little cash in their pocket. Obviously $5, nothing crazy, but it's a nice little bump if for finishing 15th, you could still win $5.
Yeah, I got Shmoo commenting in the chat. Rough race. It definitely is a tough track to race on. That is for sure. Hey Ken.
Vix, the top 3 riders. You can jump into special media. You can get a little shout out to all the sponsors. Do a little podium speech if you'd like. Same thing goes out for our 250 top 3 guys. If you guys are around, you want to do a quick little podium speech, more than welcome to jump in. But outside of that, you get one step closer to the big prize pool for the championship. Does not look like we're going to have anybody joining us here. Appreciate that, Carter. Yeah, if you guys are looking for it, there's the Discord link. It lets me post it. One second. Don't know why it's not letting me post it. There we go. But once again, huge shout out to everybody that's hitting that follow button, that's subscribed here today. It's always a great time hanging out, running these PCK Supercross series. I know it's a big fan favorite of a lot of people. These tracks have been absolutely insane from Patron. Obviously, Chase running a phenomenal show as well. So huge shout out to all of those guys. If you guys were a part of the pro racing, make sure you guys stick around for the amateur races. It is always a great time and very fun to be dialing in and watching all of the racing action that we have on Thursdays. Hot Wheels, you hanging? You still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to have my sister help me adjust a few things for the lighting and all that.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead. We can start kicking things down into our life behind bars. It's a new segment that we're going to be doing here in the PCK series as we're getting ready to kind of dive into the amateur class. Gives us a nice little break here. And that way you guys aren't just sitting around listening to nothing.
Let me go into Discord. I'll turn on my camera for you.
Yep. Yep. Sounds good, brother.
Alrighty, there you go.
Perfect. Let me go ahead and start moving my stuff over.
Is my volume good? Can you hear me well?
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Beautiful.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's kick things on over to our kind of our interview thing here. And once again, this is kind of on the side of a new territory for the MX Bikes community. I think a lot of the streaming, a lot of broadcasting has been just racing, and then that's really been it. So I thought it'd be a really cool idea to bring in kind of some interesting stories. Last week, Hot Wheels here reached out in the chat and said something that really kind of took me off guard, saying that he was a quadriplegic adaptive player. And to me, that's incredibly inspiring, especially coming from the motocross community, and having the drive and the ability to still do what you're loving to do. So I wanted to kind of bring you on in, kind of give you the ability to share the story, share kind of your experiences with it. And then obviously kind of see if we have anybody else. I'll also bring in Chase as well, just so he's in here. He can kind of listen in. And what's going on,
What
Chase?
up?
What up, buddy?
But yeah, man, I mean, so obviously quadriplegic, I mean, probably describe that to what a lot of people don't know. And then we'll kind of continue on through there.
Yeah. So quadriplegic, a lot of people they get kind of mixed up on the definition. A lot of people think quadriplegic is neck down, can't move anything, when it actually means paralysis that affects all four limbs. So my arms are affected, and luckily I can still play the game. But um, so just to go over the function, I'll get into my story here in a second. But to get over my function and what I have over on that topic, I can't move anything from about my 509 emblem on my jacket. From there down, I can feel it. And then my arms, I can only feel about maybe 60% of my arms. Uh, I cannot move my fingers at all, um, which I'm kind of excited to show my setup so everybody can see it. Uh, but yeah, I can't move my fingers. I can't feel my pinkies. Um, but yeah, it's kind of crazy just knowing like how much the body can actually go through and still be able to do things. But um, so my story, to kind of dive down into that, about 2.5 years ago, I was in a dirt bike accident. I race competitively. I'm from out in Idaho. I live in Utah currently. I grew up right around the same area as Chance Hymas, where he raced and everything. Um, I used to race against his brother, actually, and I was put on a trail ride. Unfortunately, it's not as cool as racing, but 4th of July weekend. It was on the 3rd of July in 2022, and I was just out cruising along about an hour into the ride. Wasn't wearing my neck brace or anything. Ended up crashing by getting cross-rutted on a four-wheeler trail, tossed me off the track or off the trail, and I hit into a boulder and it threw me and the bike into a somersault. And I was going probably about 20 miles an hour, second gear on a 450, but not wide open or anything. Hit the rock, it threw me and the bike into a somersault, and then there was another boulder spaced out. Just, I don't want to say perfectly, but it was perfect for the injury. And the top of my helmet, right where the button of your hats are, that went straight directly down into the next rock, and it shattered my C6 vertebrae into 3 pieces and paralyzed me. When I hit, had no pain, didn't feel anything, didn't know what was going on. I just thought, it was like a stinger in football or some you can't move for a little bit, and I kind of started freaking out a little bit. I was prior law enforcement, so I was able to kind of keep my cool. And when I kind of realized there was a little more going on is when I went to go grab my goggle strap to pull my goggles off. It was about 100 degrees that day. Um, as soon as I reached up, my arm collapsed because my tricep was affected and it was paralyzed at the time. And so that's when I was kind of like, oh shit, there's something really, really bad going on. So I kind of collected my thoughts. My buddies finally started showing up about a minute and a half to 2 minutes later. Found me laying there, came up, they're like, what's wrong? And I was like, I think I'm paralyzed. I can't move. I just need to make sure I'm comfortable and call 911. And so called 911. I was life flighted out off the mountain. Luckily, I was about 50 yards from an opening just big enough for the helicopter to land. They flew me to the hospital, got there, did CT scan, MRIs, found out I was paralyzed from the chest down. I had a C5 paralysis, which if you're not familiar with where those bones are, if you feel on the back of your neck, the bump that you have at the bottom of your neck, that is your C7 vertebrae. So I broke the one right above that and shattered it into pieces. So ended up having emergency surgery the next morning on the 4th of July at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and ended up having surgery. Was in the hospital for about 2 weeks there in ICU. And then as soon as I was stable enough and there was a room available, I was flown down to Salt Lake City, Utah, to the University of Utah. And that's where they have a state-of-the-art rehab facility. And I was there at Nelson Rehab for about 75 to 90 days, or 75, 80, somewhere in there. But as soon as I got there, I actually broke into a fever and we couldn't figure out why, and ended up doing another CT scan to check on the hardware in my neck, and it ended up failing. And so they had to go back in and redo the surgery. They went in, and what they originally did was put a basket on the front of my vertebrae with the C5 and C6 just to kind of hold everything together. And that was not working anymore. So they had to go fix that. And then they went through the back of my neck and ended up putting rods from my C4 to my T1. So I now have 5 vertebrae fused with rods in my neck. So that's basically, I went to rehab for, oh shoot. I mean, I was in inpatient rehab there at Nielsen Rehab until October. So it was July to October of all hospital setting. And then after that, I was outpatient therapy for about, what was it? About a year and a half. I was in outpatient therapy. Learned how to get more independent, learned how to do things where I can't use my fingers. Basic is like eating. I had to teach myself how to eat again. Getting in and out of bed, getting dressed, undressing. I was like an infant again. I couldn't even sit up on my own. I had to learn how to use my arms to prop myself, how to balance without any core muscles. So that's kind of where I'm at now. I finally ended up moving into my own place about 4 months ago. So I'm now living on my own. I've got a caretaker that just helps with a few things here and there. And that's basically the injury story of where I'm at now. So.
I mean, that's absolutely insane. I mean, I know from being in the motocross community, I've seen a lot of injuries. I've had a lot of injuries myself. Luckily, I've never had to that extent. I have broken my back before, but not anywhere close to what you've had. But man, it's an absolutely incredible to hear that you've made this bounce back. And I wanted to kind of ask a few questions on it, and really kind of leaning into the MX bikes side. So what were you playing bikes? Were you playing video games prior to the accident? And then how did you end up getting into the bikes community? And then obviously we can dive into your setup as well.
Yeah. So I grew up playing video games. I mean, who doesn't, was playing video games all growing up. I didn't even play MX bikes until after I got hurt. Didn't even know it was a thing. And I was just scrolling Instagram and I kept seeing Reaper Docs videos, Lynn's videos, just all the big names, and I was like, oh, that kind of looks fun, you know. Let me see what it's like, and found out it was PC on Steam only, and I didn't have a laptop. I just only had an Xbox at the time. I originally got my controller for my Xbox, and I started out playing like Farm Simulator and things like that. Just simple, easy games, getting used to the controls that I've got. But then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna dive into MX Bikes. I'm gonna try it. So I bought a laptop. It's still the one I've got now that I use for everything. Um, got onto bikes, started trying it, didn't know anything on setup or settings or anything, and you know, like on the throttle and brake, you know, you can like flutter it with a normal controller
Right.
and
Right.
kind of be smooth with it. Me, the way my setup is, it's all in or all out on both brake and throttle. So I was just wheeling out every time I would get on the throttle, and I didn't know you could adjust things with the throttle and braking and all that. So it was pretty frustrating in the beginning, and so I put probably about 100 hours in, and just kind of was like, you know, this sucks. Like I don't want to play this anymore. I got it in 23, so I've had it for a while, but I kind of put it on the back burner, stopped playing video games for a while. I was just kind of busy focusing on myself, my recovery. But then I moved here to my new place, and I was, like I said, 150, probably 100 to 200, somewhere in there. And I was just like, you know, I'm gonna start trying this a little more and get my setup a little more dialed, and I'm sitting at about 800 hours now just in 3 months. So I've been grinding like crazy, putting in the time. Um, and then I just kind of was scrolling through TikTok a few times, and ran across Chrome Star. I was watching Shmooey's server or his stream, and I was just like, oh, cool. Like, I didn't know there's teams. I didn't know you could do things like that. So I followed him. I don't even remember exactly how it all worked out, but I just kind of started hanging out with the Chrome Star boys. And I just asked him one day, I was like, hey, like, what does it take to get on your AMS team? He's like, well, we have a privateer team for AMS. And he's like, you got the spot if you want it. So that's kind of how I got into there and just started ripping with them. And I've put probably 300 hours in just playing with those guys. And so that's kind of where I'm sitting now, and finally getting everything going. So
Yeah, man, that's awesome. I mean, I really think the MX Bikes community is such a cool place. There's so many people from kind of different backgrounds, and I mean, whether you talk to somebody and they're 10 minutes from you, or they're in a
yeah,
different country, it really has kind of brought a lot of people together. I
it,
know.
it's cool. It's really cool because like our team, you know, we've lost a few riders lately, but I mean, we're all still buddies, and you know, it's fun talking and just playing the game when you got people from Canada, you got people from Brazil, you've got people from all over the US, you know, and it's just kind of fun, and getting to know people, and you know, running into you and getting to know you a little more, and having this opportunity. Like it's been really, really cool for me because, you know, I'd like to say I'm unique in the MX Bikes world because you know, I only know of one other guy who plays, who's a quadriplegic, and he uses a regular controller, and I would confidently say I'm the only player on this game that has a setup like mine. And so it's pretty cool to be able to get up to the level I'm at now. Like, I'm not consistent, but I'm still able to get into the races, go have fun, and sometimes compete with a couple guys. So
Well, I mean, like I said, when I first saw you and you commented on the last stream, I was like, how does that work? And so I had saw the clip you had posted on TikTok, and I was like, all right, let me check it out.
uh,
And I see the guys Shmooey already kind of plugged you in there on your TikTok. Um,
yep,
but it is so cool, and I know you could see part of your setup there. If you want to show everybody kind of how
yeah,
you're actually able to play bikes versus what obviously a normal controller player is going to look like.
yeah. So let me make sure I got this where you can see. So I didn't have, so this is these buttons. I shift with my chin, and I also sit down, and then I have my tear offs all with my chin. So I'm rotating my head constantly while I'm playing. Um, I didn't have this chin set up until I was maybe 400 hours into the game. I just would, back in the beta 18s, I just set it to second gear, and I just ripped the track in second gear. And if I had to shift, I took my hand off the controller and shift, and it was a pain. I hated it. It sucked, but finally came up with this idea, and I'm like, I can't get any faster in the game unless I'm able to shift and do all these other things and sit down or stand up. And so I figured this out. It's just like like these are like a phone holder type thing, and it's actually got a GoPro mount. And then we just took a board and put some Velcro on and stuck these buttons onto it, and that's just how I'm able to shift with this. And then I'm gonna have to change cameras real quick.
Yeah.
To show the rest of it.
Just so you
See
guys
if
know
that
real
works.
quick, AM's quali is now live. 10 minutes of practice and it'll flip to quali in 9 minutes.
Oh shoot.
10-4.
Okay. Good to know, Chase. Yeah, so if you guys can see this pretty well, this is just an Xbox adaptive controller. You've got the actual controller is this white thing up top of the screen. And then I have Logitech buttons is where they're from. It's all adaptive, made for people like me or other situations that can play. And that's all buttons that you just connect and you keybind or whatever to whatever settings you need. And so these are my joysticks, these goalpost looking things. I rest my hands on them just like this when I'm playing. So I've got the body on the right and the steering on the left, just like most people play with. And then if you look right here, let me get it to where you can see right here, there's a white dot.
Yep.
That is actually where like my throttle is. And then the brake is the same on this other side. So when I've got my hands on here, I just push down with my wrist and that will give me the brake or throttle that I need. And then I've got like my reset button, and then that's really all I press down here. And then everything else is just with my chin. So I've got like my clutch key binded to one of my shifting and all this stuff. So
Man, that is so cool. I mean, I think a lot of us probably take it for granted of having that functionality. But man, it really, I don't see that big of a difference. I mean, watching you race, you wouldn't be able to be like, oh yeah, he's playing adaptively. Like it looks like just somebody out riding. And I mean, like I said, it was so cool to be able to see that. Like I said, I know I wanted to kind of start this intermission kind of thing. And as soon as I saw your story and kind of the whole thing behind it, I wanted to bring you up here, make sure that everybody that does get to hang out with us, basically got to hear that story. Additionally to that, if you don't mind, I'm going to post it on socials, things of that nature.
yeah. Yeah. And then you guys all can follow me. I've either my Instagram or TikTok. I stream on TikTok every once in a while. So, my TikTok and my Instagram are the same. It's just Hot Wheels with a Z_25. So
awesome, man. Yeah. Once again, thanks for coming in, sharing the story, obviously hanging out with me, even announcing some of the races today. It was a blast. I know you got to get rolling here for the amateur side of things. So definitely good luck tonight, man. Once again, thank you for coming to hang out with us, sharing the story with everyone. And super excited to see you out on the track, and maybe we'll have you back in the booth for some more announcing.
Okay, sounds good. I hope I make the main, but I'll for sure I can hop in for the 250s and stuff. So
well, hopefully you're in the main, so hopefully we don't have to see you.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, well I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, of course, brother. And like I said, I'll probably make some social posts and stuff. Definitely making sure to tag you. Everybody that's hanging out, listening to us, make sure you guys go check him out on TikTok and his Instagram. Definitely an inspirational thing. Like I said, a lot of people probably take it for granted. But getting to hear stories like that really kind of puts it into perspective. But once again, man, thanks for hanging out with us, and good luck tonight, brother.
Appreciate it.
All right. So as we were talking about it, that is going to be the Life Behind Bars interviews. We're going to be trying to run this probably about every week. Hopefully we can start dialing this in. I apologize, my camera's tweaking out here, so if you guys keep seeing me and unseeing me, that is why. But definitely huge shout out to Hot Wheels there. The story is absolutely incredible. Like I said, coming from someone that used to be a rider and racer, and then hits the point where he has something traumatic like that happen. Still, though, does not let it affect him too much. Keeps on grinding, keeps having fun, keeping to do stuff that he loves in the community. Like I said, I don't know anybody that in the community that runs adaptive playing. So to me, it was very eye opening. But like I said, super cool, and I feel honored that I was able to help share that story. Once again, everybody, make sure you guys go check him out on all of his socials and show him the love. As we get back though to our normal racing action, we are going to go ahead and do our wheel spins for the $5. I know probably a couple of you guys are probably waiting around for it, but appreciate everyone hanging out with us. Let's go ahead and kick it on down to our screen share, and we are going to go ahead and roll the wheel for our 250 class. Got quite a few names on here. You ready, Chase?
Oh yeah, dude.
Let's kick it.
Waiting for these people to steal my money, man.
Oh man, we forgot.
Social media seems to be on the wheel.
Oh, is it gonna be Frank? It is Frank.
Thank God, dude. If it was my own team guy, man, that would have been rigged.
So Frank is gonna be winning the $5 from the 250 class.
Your info, Frank. Shop, PayPal, Cash App, whichever one you want. Just give me your info and I'll get that sent over to you as soon as possible, brother.
He's usually hanging out in here.
Yurt.
All right, and then for our 450 class, gonna go ahead, spin the wheel, see who the $455 wild card winner is gonna be.
Drum roll, please.
My mic ain't gonna let it pick up. Oh,
Crank. Yep, there we go.
Austin Crank. Talked about him a lot today. Honestly, hard charger award, I would say, goes to Austin Crank as well.
Yeah, there we go.
Very
That's
fitting.
What the money's for, dude. Not the wheel spin. I actually rigged it for Austin Crank because it was the hard charger award. That's what that was.
See, the wheel just knows. The wheel knows that he was.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Also, if you're hanging in here, same thing. Just give me your info. MXB Shop, PayPal, Cash App. Those are the three I can do. And I'll get that money sent over to you, brother, so you can buy more PCK tracks.
Just continue to funnel money into the same spot.
Oh, yeah, dude. The money's going straight back into the daddies to run the series for everybody. That's all we're using that money for at the moment. Just to keep running the series, pay for stadium models, pay for the daddies, like all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, hey, a lot of people think it comes free. It does not. There's a lot that goes into it, and like I said, definitely make sure you guys are getting those tracks. Make sure you're buying the pass. Get the 2 free tracks.
Oh yeah.
But that was the $5 wheel spin for the wild cards. I know amateurs going to be qualifying here any second. So make sure you guys, if you're in that, jump on over there. I am downloading some kits, so make sure if you guys have them that they are in the kit upload section I'm going through right now. If they're not in there after a couple minutes or so, I'm not going to go back through and try and re-download them. If you require access on Google Drives, I will not download them either. I just see one right there.
Yeah, Hot Wheels, I see you in chat there saying you didn't confirm. We don't go off confirms. Everyone that is in chat, please check regular practice groups. I would greatly appreciate it. Everyone keeps saying you're not whitelisted. It's regular practice groups, not confirms.
I didn't know that the other day either.
Yeah.
I told somebody incorrectly, but they got the point.
Kind of bite me in the butt here. Appreciate all you guys, but good God, we got a lot of signups. We almost had 5 quality groups for 250 amps. We had 116 signups for 250 amps and then 94 for 450 amps.
Damn.
A lot of people.
Love to see it though.
Oh yeah.
That means that many people are buying the track. So
Oh yeah, dude, helping me out, man. We can get actually better stadiums and stuff so that you guys can have them, all that good stuff.
it's the
The
same
stadiums
thing.
are more expensive than you guys would think.
It's the same thing I say over here on the special media side. I mean, just the um, if you're donating, subbing, following, all of that, hanging out with us, just watching it in the background, everything that you guys do helps us out. And that just gives us the ability to provide better content and better quality. Um, so yeah, like I said, definitely make sure you guys are supporting it, signing up for the races, buying the tracks, and like I said, hanging out here in special media.
Oh yeah. I appreciate all y'all. Good racing tonight. It sucks that we didn't have enough for 250 Pro. But little announcer here, I will announce it in the Discord later, but I'm gonna announce it here for those of you that are here. PCK will be moving to Saturday. We already talked about it with Aiden and all that. Make sure he had nothing planned with DDC or anything like that. But we're gonna steal DDC's spot on Saturday. So everyone talking about I don't get off work at this time and trying to coordinate for EU and NA and everybody. Don't have to do that anymore. It's Saturday. It's the weekend. So we should get a lot more signups, I would think, on Saturday. So
Gonna
look
need
for
more.
that
Gonna
next
need more
Saturday.
daddies.
Oh yeah, dude. No kidding, dude. I'm
just
using all of my daddies right now as we speak. I got 8. And
you're
all of
just
them are up doing qualifying.
you're just digging yourself a deeper hole. But no, I absolutely love to see big turnouts and having a lot of people running these races. Like I said, it helps me out, helps you guys out, and obviously just brings better racing. I love being able to watch some great racing and have some good action, and definitely what we've been getting here in the PCK side.
Yep. I appreciate y'all. Sorry, I'm like in the back end over here. I'm in the server room back here trying to get all this stuff sorted. But freaking appreciate y'all hanging around, doing all this stuff. Hopefully we can have a good AIMS night tonight.
I'm thinking so.
Have,
I'm thinking it's gonna be a good one.
I'm thinking it's gonna be complete LCQ chaos for every race. Track's hard, track's a lot tighter scaling, a lot more difficult. I feel like we're gonna see some wicked racing.
It's what we absolutely love here in special media.
Oh yeah, dude. I love watching it.
Cedric said in a server room. What a nerd.
Alright, dude. Just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it, okay? Man. Oh my god. Alright.
All right, I think I got everybody that has submitted them. Honestly, Chase, I was thinking about breaking it up. This is a probably more of an admin question, but like splitting our kit upload into pro and amateurs.
Yeah, I
So
can do that
so,
for you.
so I can have at least 2 spots because when they start getting mixed together, like after the pros, it's pointless for me to download their stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that real quick, actually. And another thing, we're gonna host a poll after this race. It looks like it's gonna be very one-sided to people liking this track, but putting up a poll to go back to the last race scaling or this one. So those of you that aren't, please join the Charge Discord. Please vote for the poll. Give your opinions and thoughts and track feedback. I'm always searching. I'm not gonna think your criticism is like hating or anything. Like I'm genuinely trying to make PCK better every single week for you guys. So please leave feedback, vote in the polls, all the good stuff. Everything that PCK does is hosted by a poll. So please vote. Don't just complain to me after it happens. Please go actually vote and make it happen.
Yeah, no, definitely agree. I mean, I know working with you guys, it has been awesome to be able to see tracks come together and everything. And 100%, yeah. I mean, it does not go on deaf ears. All of the criticism gets utilized throughout the week to build these tracks. So definitely, if you guys, if you see those polls, definitely, like Chase said, make sure you're voting in them. You also have a part of the Discord that's feedback, right?
Yeah, we have a track feedback channel. That's just free to type in. Just just please, go in there, give us your feedback. Could be anything, honestly. Some guy just went in there, he's having a PC issue. Like the track, we need like a low quality version of the track. That's something we didn't do. We could certainly do that for you guys.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, exactly.
any feedback, like not just track, like honestly, not just track. I know it says track feedback, but you can leave all your feedback in there. Hosting, freaking whatever you guys want can just be in there.
Awesome, awesome. Who is this again? Caleb, I feel like I saw you just messaging in here. What Yeah, you didn't use the drag and drop. I'm trying to put at least your bike in here. What bike does it belong to? I'm being nice. Mesa said PCK over Ariel. 24 YZ250. Okay, see, I would have never guessed that. It almost went into a husky.
Also special, I didn't get a thank you for my 5 gifted subs, dude. I
Well,
appreciate
you
it.
did it right in the middle. I do appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
uh,
Though the leaderboards have been getting absolutely stacked lately. I don't know if you've checked them in a while, but it takes a pretty big donation to get your name on the leaderboard now.
yeah, I know. Bryce is over at 46 gifted subs. Like, he's just got like a money tree or something. I don't know what's going on there.
Iraq, he's got nothing else to do with it.
I guess, dude, growing a tree in the backyard. Mine just turns into rubber as soon as I get any money, dude. I see Tarn asking in chat too, is it going to be the same time? No. Pro's going to be the same time as DDC was. Just so, like, the pros and stuff have more of a habitual thing to sign up for it type of thing. Because they always sign up for DDC on Saturdays. So I'm going to keep it for the exact same time because they kind of already have it semi planned in their schedules and that type of thing. So it should be only 1 hour earlier. It should be 4 p.m. PST is when quality starts. But for us, it'll be track drops. So 4:20 is EST is when quality will actually start. We're still discussing on where we want to put AMs. We haven't quite figured that out yet because we're trying to fit it in before the night show, obviously, on Saturdays. Thinking of doing it a different day, maybe, or something. We don't quite know yet. We're going to figure that out.
I think it'd be nice to be same day
Yeah.
because we
That's what
already.
I'm kind of thinking. Host Pro a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
We think we can jam it in before the night show because that's all that really matters, to be honest.
Right. I say like Race Day Live. I know a lot of people watch it, but you could throw that on in the background. The night
Yeah.
show, though, everybody wants to watch it.
Yeah. So that's our plan. So we're hoping we can get it before then. We should be able to. Thinking if we start at 3 my time, uh 5 hours ish. We might have to move the pro back to like 2. Like 2 or 1 CST, which is my time zone, but that should be it. 2 o'clock would be EU time anyway. EU quality time. So
Yeah, we'll have to see what turns out better. I mean, like you said, it's the weekend, so I would assume more people are going to be around, but at the same time, we'll have to keep an eye on it and
yeah.
see
I'll
what works
probably
better.
host and at everyone because 4 hour time frame right now, AMS takes about 2 hours. So and Supercross starts at what, 8 p.m. EST? Something like that.
Depends. What about when we go
Yeah.
East Coast?
Yeah, true. That's a slight problem. But
I mean, I know the polls don't do the greatest, but we ran a poll, see what a lot of people want.
yeah, because I definitely want to move them on the weekend. It helps a lot of people out. Not working on Saturday.
Sunday is what, SIRL?
Yeah. And they got EU and NA like all day. So we're trying not to interfere with that.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to work better. I mean, obviously the turnout is where we're chasing. So
Yep. So I want to get an actual race going so I can use my heat race feature. So I got that fixed. So we could actually be in the same server now and host all the races.
we got Am tonight.
For you AMs in the chat and for you special, would you guys want to do staggered everything? Thoughts? Opinions?
Do
Because I didn't
like
get to do it for pro.
do it like we did last week, kind of like heat race 1, heat race 2, or heat race 1, 250, then 450, 250, 450. And then I like having the LCQs separate and then the mains separate.
Oh yeah.
So whoever's final race of would be like 450 second heat is going to be pretty Jose'd.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna do anyway. I was talking about full stagger, like.
Like the whole night.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be tough.
That'd be wicked. I think for tonight, I'm still gonna do the same server format, and then you should see a little bit of E-Road on the stream. So I'll host both Heat 1s at the same time, and then both Heat 2s at the same time.
What should we watch? I think last week we watched one in first moto 250, second moto 450.
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
So this week we'll watch 250, or we'll watch 450 heat 1 and then 250 heat 2.
Oh, also, since we are on stream right now, I made the channels for you guys to post in. Just duplicated the channel. So there's a pro kit upload and then there's an amp kit upload.
Thank
So
you,
if you
sir.
guys could upload to your respective classes, that would be nice.
If you're running both, you don't have to put it in both.
Yeah,
just put
put it in one.
Put it in the pro because that one will be first. I'll go through pro, and then after pro, I'll go through am. So if you already put it in pro, you don't need to do it again.
Yep. And we should be able to get to the racing action shortly here. We got 6 minutes left in qualifying.
Yep.
For amps. So we're getting there ever so slowly.
I'd say I'm about to kick on some music here just for a little bit, kind of give my voice a little bit of a break just for the final few minutes, and then we'll get right back to the kind of the racing action here.
Yes, sir.
All right, we will catch you guys here in just a minute. Like I said, about 5 minutes till we are going racing for 450 heat race number 1. Make sure you guys are staying tuned.
Baby, when we touch, feels like you are meant to take all my love. Something about you, I can't get enough. I can't get enough. Fell in love with the machine.
something just felt right. Phone blown like a tailpipe. Today's schedule airtight. It turn a short day into a long night. See you soon if you got the heart. Meet you outside Rennie Park. Hurry up if it's getting dark. We don't say much and that says a lot. Hop into that old Benz. Drive through that road ends. Good time with some old friends. I got just a thing if you so tense. Burn one, let's go do some. She got me stoned as Medusa. Zoned out with a blank stare. I'm looking into the future. Hold up, ain't nothing gon' hold us. Put the devil to the side. Got an angel on my shoulder. And I'm like, hello, it's good to finally let go. I ain't worried about a thing. I just like to keep it mellow. Yeah, I like to keep it mellow. I smoke and keep it mellow. I drink and keep it mellow. Every day I keep it mellow. Every day I keep it mellow. I smoke and keep it mellow. I drink and keep it mellow. Every day I keep it mellow. Every day I keep it mellow. It's like 4 a.m. and I'm bored again. When that 40 in, when that dream team all played out and they hit the bench, I just step back, let me soak it in. I seen the ups and downs, so I get it in. I was born to win. It's my time, about time, my turn, I can't lie. Waiting for that one spark, my one hope to catch fire. I'm fine, I'm high, like rain through that sunshine. Trying to man this so bold, I'm the captain now when it's crunch time. I don't care if I'm getting paid, need the week, but I get the day. Wide awake when I need sleep, I'm knee deep, but I set the way. Focused on that one mistake, let it free, don't let it break. Fuck it all, I'm turning in, my cellies off, the great escape. Hold up, ain't nothing gon' hold us. Put the devil to the side.
classes. I know my camera's all messed up. I'm trying to figure it out, but it ain't working. Is that better? That looks better. Monster, appreciate it. Yeah, yes, sir. I did get your kit in here too, so hopefully it is there. Additionally to that, got about 70 people hanging out with us already as we're getting ready to go into some racing action. Super excited for that. Top quality of the night for our 250 class is going to be the man Blitz from that Black Rifle team. Not quite sure if they booted him or not. I know he is a pro rider. We'll have to see. I got kicked. I didn't know if it was coming or not, but who do I got winning? Oh, Supercross? I don't know. We'll have to see. It's a triple crown. I think Tomac's gonna be one to be watching out for. Ooh, 250 guy. He said, Juju, I gotta follow that up. I would agree with that. Also, as we were talking about it, I know Chase giving me crap about it just a minute ago, but huge shout out to the man Chase, owner of the CCW race team, for the 5 gifted subs. Caden, Reggie Bush, Goon Squad, what is going on, everyone? Welcome on into Special Media. We're super excited to have you guys in. Appreciate the follows. We broke the 600 mark. That was our goal here in the end of January, and we hit it. So thank you to everyone that was able to hit that point. Chase, yes, sir, we are in the server. I am ready to roll whenever you guys are. It looks like somebody may have just DC'd. Just getting my timing set up here as well. We're going to be watching 250 heat race number 1. I'm going to see if I can't bail out of here and get over to the 450 class. We'll see if I'm able to do so. Hopefully we have a couple minutes of downtime there. Damien, come on now. Deegan Jet. No, that ain't it. Well, Blitz, just for that case exactly. I don't know if you guys caught, Chase said earlier that we are going to be end up moving the PCK series to Saturdays, taking the DDC spot. So hopefully that's going to free up it for more signups, get more people racing. It's a valid question, Monster. Let me double check for you, Chase. Give me 1 second. Nope, we got 2 people sinking. Yeah, two people still sinking in. McFry and Turd. I don't think Webb's gonna win it now. I think he'll do good, He's consistent, but I don't think he is. Oh, hold on. I got it for you. There you go.
Hey, welcome to the danger zone, baby.
I can't hate. I used to play on a laptop, so. All right, McFry is our last person we're waiting for. Turd is in. Hot Wheels didn't make it in. Am's way too fast. Yeah, those guys call it amateur racing, but yeah, Monster, I would 100% agree with that. All right. Everybody is in, Chase. We're going to kick things on down to our cameras as we are getting ready to go racing for our amateur classes here. 250 heat race number 1 is lining up on our gate. Going to be seeing who is going to be taking it home, who is going to be heading to our LCQs. Got a full gate here. The riders out there on the outside. Full inside gate. Love that we got a lot of gear sets in here as well. Makes the racing that much better. And 30-second board is down. About to go racing. Who is going to grab our whole shot here in heat race number 1? Gate is down and we are going racing. And looks like Peerless is going to get the whole shot. Bunch of riders cartwheeling. And Tyrone on the Jester SSD gonna grab the number 1 spot, throws the look back over the Soupy triple. And we have Peerless from the Charged Cycle Works running strong in the number 2. And that is gonna be Bing into the number 2 spot as he takes it away from Peerless. Dizzy tripling in on that Honda 250. Trying to work up the inside there of Peerless. We got Stage on the SS Designs running strong there in about the number 4 spot. Pudge and Monster battling it out here for the number 5. Sorry, number 6 position. Misal Gaiman, huge shout out to this man. It is his birthday. JB on that Sure Visuals Honda. We got Turd on the Husky. The dude who we saw trying to qualify for the pros did not make it, as he is going to get passed by Mondo from the Charged Cycle Works there on the KTM. McFry struggling through that whoop section, as we still have a whole pile of riders fish on that HSM 0 Honda. Looks to try and move that bike further ahead, and the rest of the riders come up and over the tunnel jump. And we are going to jump back out to our leaders. Tyrone on the Jester, going to be making a mistake. Goes down after gaining about a 6-second lead. That's going to allow Dizzy to close in just a little bit here. A lot of Hondas in the field. And there is the man Peerless on that Charged Cycle Works bike, running very strong now into the number 3 spot. Masal Gaiman in the number 4, and he is going to battle there with Bing. Stage over the top of both of them, and he is going to slide his way now into the number 4 spot for the SS Designs. Masal Gaiman Monster on the DHFR. JB from the Sure Visuals team all right there. Pudge running in about the number 10 spot. Trying to see if timing and scoring updates right now showing Mondo from the CCW team. There it is, timing scoring updates. So this is the battle here for the final transfer spot. 3 different riders, 3 different teams. All on the same bike, though. Mondo comes up short. Fish now into the number 10 spot. And just like that, JB and Stage go down. So Mondo gonna be sliding into that final transfer position here. Looks like another mistake there out of Bing after charging forward. Monster seems to be going down as well. Pudge and Fish not going for the triple in. Stage on that SS design is going to go cartwheeling. He is now going to be finding himself on the outside looking in. And as Bing goes cartwheeling, man, it is hard to keep up to who is where. Monster down in the sand. Stage, Bing, and our man McFry are all going to make the pass. Monster now dropping back to the 11th position. But it is going to be our man Tyrone still running very strong in that number 1 position from that Jester SSD team. Code Dizzy, though, not letting him get too far away. Only about a 3.5 second lead. Masal Gaiman on the DHFR. What is that other one? CBS bike comes up short on the triple on, and that allows Peerless back into the number 3 spot. Pudge starting to find his rhythm now, looking to try and make the pass here on Masal Gaiman, move himself up inside the top 4. Ooh, and Mondo goes cartwheeling over the berm after the whoops, trying to fight to get his way back on track, makes a safe entrance, and now needs to go to work to try and get those positions back. But it is not going to be easy. He has Monster who just jumps off the side of the track there. Maybe it will be pretty easy for him here, as he grabs 2 of those spots already back. Fish on the HSM 0 Honda machine, making quick work out a few of these riders. Hits the big quad in, up the inside of McFry, and takes the position away. Looks like a couple of these riders getting into some lap traffic already. And Tyrone is still just expanding that lead a little further on the man Code Dizzy, who's seems to be locking himself into that number 2 spot. Hey, and as I look over, Jerry with the Prime sub, appreciate it, brother. It's Mandu. I like Mondo. Where does Mandu come from? But as we keep an eye on our number 2 spot, does not get the off there. Gonna be a little tricky for him. And as we see, Peerless is starting to make a charge. Can he catch up to the man in the number 2 spot? No, he is going to tuck the front, goes down. And now allowing Masal Gaiman and Pudge on that CYS team to reel him in. Pudge up the inside. Can he find a different line? He is just going to follow suit. Almost bites him as Masal Gaiman goes down. Once again, Peerless looking very clean. Now has Pudge trying to charge him down here. It does look like Peerless might have a second or 2 of cuts, but Pudge off the side of the track. That allows Masal Gaiman right back up the inside there. As we can see, Peerless not far off the man of Code Dizzy. Tyrone has been absolutely flying here, though, clicking laps off. Already about an 18-second lead on the rest of this pack. As we see him come by, Fish now moves his way into the number 4 spot. Masal Gaiman in Mando on that Charge Cycle Works into the number 6. Pudge must have some cuts as well. As we see McFry in the 8th position. And there is Masal, or no, that's Monster. So Monster gonna be running in that final transfer position. The producer, though, trying to make a charge to catch up to him. Has Stage on that SS Designs right there behind him as well. Stage tries to get fancy with it, makes a mistake and goes down. And just like that, Monster is on the ground. But as we jump back out to the front, that is checkered flag. So Tyrone gonna grab the number 1 spot here in Heat Race. Number 1 for the 250s. Code Dizzy into the number 2. Masal Gaiman makes the charge, grabs the number 3 spot away. Peerless on that Charge Cycle Works in the number 4 spot. Fish on the HSM is gonna finish out in 5th. Mandu in 6th on that Charge Cycle Works. Pudge on the ERCYS team in the 7th. McFry 8th. And it looks like the producer is gonna get it done, as he is gonna be heading to the main event. Monster on the DHFR Honda gonna be heading to our LCQ along with the rest of our riders. Fastest lap of the race goes to our man Fish on the HSM 0 bike with a 106.2. Great ride from the man Fish there. Yeah. You knew it was you. Doesn't mean you didn't put the fastest lap time down. All right, Chase, how do we want to do this? Do we want me to jump over to the 450 class, or should I just hang out here in the 250 chat? What do you guys think? We got 1 vote, 250, 2 votes, 450, 2 votes, 250, 250, 250. Fishy already counted once. Two 250, 450, 450. Carter, can you run a poll? Run a poll, 250, 450, but it needs to be quick. I don't think he is here. There it is. Poll is up. Who we watching? Needs to be quick, choppy. Looks like 250 winning it right now. Reggie, we do for the pro class, just for the time efforts. The AMs we end up kind of splitting it up just to. We did it the first round and we streamed till like 12:30 Eastern time, so it got way too late. Does look like I'm gonna go ahead and say 250s is it, so we're just gonna stay right where we are. Looks like the majority, it is a close one, but majority does go to the 250 class. It's literally tied right now. Y'all see the fucking prediction? Let me see if I can. Let's see if I can bounce out of here real quick. Hopefully, I'm whitelisted. Whatever I want to watch. I'm going. We're going 450s. No matter what, it's a 50-50 split. Half of you are going to be mad. The other half are going to be happy. So. Okay, so they're doing the 2-minute sighting lap first. Yes. Mains and LCQs are watched separately. It's the only tricky part with running amateurs and pros, 250s and 450s. There's just a lot of people to try and get on stream, so we try our best here at Special Media to capture all the racing action, try and find all the most interesting races that we possibly can. Additionally to that, everybody, we got Wolfie, Zane, Young, Grady. Appreciate those follows, guys. You guys are just tuning in. Always like to give you a welcome into Special Media. Obviously, as you can see, a couple of the sponsors down there below. Those are the guys that make the PCK series happen. And then above me, VM Visuals, Club MX, the title sponsor of Special Media. So huge shout out to everybody over there at Club MX practice facility down there in Chesterfield, South Carolina. If you guys are interested, make sure you guys go check them out. Honestly, the premier training facility, I would say, in the world. I've been there a handful of times, ridden their tracks, and they are absolutely phenomenal. So make sure you guys go check them out if you're in the area. They post all their stuff on their socials, Instagram, Facebook, their website. So keep an eye out there. They do open houses. They do open ride days on their practice track. If you guys do head over there, it doesn't matter who you talk to. Just let them know that Special Media sent you. If you can find the man, Mike Bonacci himself, make sure you let him know. Go give him a handshake. Let him know that Special Media sent you. And as always, huge shout out to the rest of the Special Media sponsors, everybody that makes this possible. Like I had mentioned before, VM Visuals, Graphics, 3D Renders. If you guys are interested, make sure you go check him out. The stuff he does is absolutely insane. If you guys see the booth right here behind me, this is all created by the man himself. The overlays, the booths, the podiums, everything. He does a fantastic job. Fremo Films, if you're looking for any IRL graphics, make sure you go hit him up. He's kind of started his own business and starting to take off a decent bit. So make sure you guys jump on the curve before he gets too big. AB Customs, custom graphics, gear sets, helmets, boots, whatever you could possibly think of. Make sure you guys go check out AB Customs. Go hit up Bryce. Let him know that Special Media sent you. He's going to hook you up with 10% off your whole order. So make sure you go check him out. MXL Race Team Series host. Got a lot of cool stuff coming up with them. Make sure you guys are staying tuned, keeping an eye on their Discord. Like I said, they got a lot of cool things coming up here very shortly. So make sure you guys are staying tuned for that. Additionally, TPR, the Race Team Series host as well. They run a lot of arena cross, cool one-off things. So definitely go check them out. Toasty over there does a fantastic job of running his team, that whole TPR Dirt Lab team. Huge shout out to those guys. And the newest addition, I don't have him on the booth yet, is going to be TH Visuals, the man Thunder himself. You'll see that name pop up from time to time in the stream chats. If you guys don't know who he is one of the main sponsors there of the MXL Race Team, and he does an absolutely phenomenal job when it comes to bikes, gear sets, whatever you could think of in this game. Make sure you guys go check him out. He does some awesome work. Outside of that, yeah, hey man, Hot Wheels, if you are around, if you want to jump on in, definitely feel free. I'll drag you on in. Love to have a second commentator for some racing action. But it sounds like we are about to go racing, so I would make it quick. Qualifying practice, is that what it's called? Riders going out for their sighting laps. We're going to go ahead, kick the cameras on. So these guys getting a couple laps, learn the track, figure out the lines. E-Road's starting to get a little gnarly here. This is the first time that these guys are seeing it after the heat race number 1. Gonna raise our camera, put it in a good spot here. Gonna get an eye on all of that E-Road. We'll take the leaderboard off there for just a second. Let's go ahead and bring on in our man Hot Wheels. As you guys heard from him earlier, unfortunately did not qualify into racing here tonight, but absolutely loved having him in the booth. So let's go ahead and drag him on down. Hot Wheels, what is going on, brother? How we doing?
Good. I didn't qualify, but it's all good.
Hey, you win some, you lose some. You're qualify for the pro racing, but unfortunately not fast enough for the AMs.
And it's funny because I ran a 110 for pro and 111 on this one. I couldn't get comfortable on the track, so like I'm not too bummed, but it is what it is. It's just a video game. We're here to have fun.
Yeah, very true. Well,
I just want to give a shout out to Chase for doing all this, and you know he deals with a lot of people and the backlash, but he's handling it pretty well. So,
as I say, Chase has been doing a phenomenal job when it comes to running this series. A lot of people think it's a lot easier than it seems. It really is not.
Oh, it's very, very tough. A lot of time, a lot of effort, and
a lot of money.
So,
there's a lot of money that goes into doing this
There
too.
is a lot of money, like doing all the sponsors you guys got, reaching out to them, getting all that support. So
And I mean, he works with Clouds, who does all the stadium work. Obviously, Patron. And then you have to own your own servers and everything, so that all costs money as well. So
Yeah,
definitely,
I think each one, depending on what you get, it's like 10, 15 bucks a month. So
right. Yeah, exactly. But as we're talking about it, heat race number 2 for our 450 class, revs are going up. We're going to see who's grabbing our whole shot here, who is heading to the main, who's going to the LCQ. Gate is down, and we are going racing. Already some carnage early on the start straight.
oh boy.
Schizo looks like he is going to be our whole shot winner, and he is out to our early lead on that all-South Yamaha. Looks like DC2, I'm just going to call him Jay. Jay into the number 2 spot, goes down early though.
Tomater.
And
I love that
Fergs.
name.
I'm guessing that Shelly on that CSW Yamaha comes across the line there in the number 4 spot. Tristan in the number 5. AB into the number 6. Jordy in 7th. T-Bake into the 8th spot. And Slade is going to be that final transfer position. Looks like there's a lot going on back here, though. Factory Zach.
It's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, Factory Zach buried back here as well. A lot of guys that we're going to be keeping an eye out for. Jay Slow, someone that we saw in the
I was
pro
watching
racing.
Conway. I was watching Conway's name in the beginning. He was clear down in like 16, 18. Now he's up to 10th, so he's doing real well.
I say a couple names to be watching out for. We know Steez is very fast. Conway, one of those other riders. Jay Soon is a fast rider on that ECDB bike. So gonna see if he can't make the charge to get into that final transfer position. Looks like we have a battle here for the number 6 spot, as Slade gonna be grabbing the spot away from Jordy. But it is our man Fergs on that Caliber TCD bike into the number 1 spot. Got around Schizo. We'll have to see if E-Road is gonna make a difference here. Ooh, and Fergs over the bars. And that allows Shelly and Schizo by. Tristan on the Cycle City Incorporated bike, trying to move that bike inside that top 4 positions. Looks like we had a rider down at the end of the whoops. That is Fergs once again.
Oh, I don't know how. Oh, yeah, T-Bake. I don't know how he saved that.
And we saw T-Bake in the pro racing. Unfortunately, did not make it to the main event, trying to push his luck here in the amateur class, and he is going to go down once again. That allows AB and Jordy right by him. A lot more crashes than what we saw in the pro class. Looks like someone launching that triple comes up a bit short. But as we keep an eye on the rest of this field, looks like Slade running strong in the number 2 spot after the few mistakes from Fergs. Schizo on that all-South Yamaha, still looking very clean. Might not be the fastest rider, but has kept that bike on 2 wheels and moving forward. Tristan now up to the number 4 spot. AB in the number 5. Shelly, T-Bake, Jordy, Factory Zach, Ben C, a name that we do recognize here. Not the greatest ride so far, but running in that final transfer position.
Is that a TM up there?
It is, yeah. Jay Slow.
Oh, we got another TM in the 450. There we go. It's the second of the night.
So Jay Slow on the Caliber TCD bike, running strong, trying to move his way up. He is currently sitting in that final transfer spot. Gonna be grabbing another one there from the man T-Bake. So the TM making quick work, trying to move his way further up that leaderboard. You do not want to be sitting in that final transfer position. As here comes all the rest of the pack. These guys are hungry and don't want to be heading to that LCQ. Not sure where Jay Soon was going, lands in the opposite lane.
Saw Penny over there.
So currently DC2 sitting in that first position outside of the transfer spot, trying to chase down T-Bake, who we know is a very fast rider, just seems to have a lot of unlucky moments. And just like that, T-Bake off the top of the berm, J-Slow down at the bottom of the screen, and he is going to push DC off the track with him. So Jay Soon slides his way up. Just when you think Jay Soon off the side of the track, probably heading to the LCQ, anything can happen here in the MX Bike Supercross racing. And now Jay Soon battling it for that final transfer spot. T-Bake comes up short. Jay Soon runs right into the back of him. Both riders out of rhythm there. T-Bake goes for that massive quad. That line is huge. But keeping an eye on this battle. Still watching it out front, though. Looks like Slade now into the number 1 spot, so gets around Schizo. Ferg's still running strong in the number 3 position. Looks like this is the battle there. Or the lead. Schizo and Slade duking it out. Looks like there may be a second of cuts. No, it does not look like it. So this is a straight up race.
I love how good the battling is on this track. It's awesome.
As I say, just even taking a look at this turn right there, 2 different lines, very main lines, and these guys are making it work, still hitting this triple on. Oh, and as we say it, Schizo goes down over the bars. So that's going to allow Slade into that number 1 spot. 18 seconds left up on the clock, so we're going to have 2 to go.
Got a little bit of lappers coming up.
We just got somebody hanging out on the inside of the sand turn there. And it looks like Slade on that Team Jimbo bike. Running strong for this 450 heat race number 2. It looks like Schizo having some of his own mistakes. Gonna be falling back just a little bit. Ferg's just in the middle of nowhere. Nobody around him. Ben C and AB battling it out there for the number 4 position. Look at that. Ben C swings wide, takes the line away. These guys in their own little world here, duking it out. White flag is out. Ben C with the big backflip. Gonna go down there. Shelly now charging up, looking to get that bike inside the top 5. Looks like the TM down on the ground there. DC now up a little further. J-Slow, Tristan, Isaiah, Steezus, T-Bake, Factory Zach, and Jay Soon all right there together. So this final lap is definitely going to dictate who is going to the main.
And the TM goes down.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Falling back just a little bit there. Gonna see as these guys come across the line. Tristan in the 8th. It's Jay Slow in 9th. So Jay Soon gonna be sitting on the outside looking in.
This is oh, good. Oh,
Tristan down.
Man, this is great racing.
And just as we're saying it, it looks like Slade is going to get it done here in heat race number 2. Grabs that number 1 spot for the Team Jimbo. Schizo from the All South in the number 2 spot. Conway had a bit of a rough ride there. Fergs comes across the line in 3rd. Looks like AB out there by himself. Ben C. Shelly as well. Let's see. Here is the battles. DC looks like he is currently sitting outside the transfer position. Maybe some cuts involved. Jay Slow Tristan, Steezus, Jasoon all right there together. Jasoon with a mistake. Can he go double, triple? He does not. So DC comes across the line in 7th. J Slow, Tristan. And that is going to do it. So J Slow going to grab that final transfer spot. Steezus, Jasoon, Factory, T-Bake, all the rest of the riders going to be heading to our LCQ. Great riding, great racing, all the way down to the wire. But as we all know, top 9 going to be heading to the main event. Rest of the riders to the LCQs. We're going to go ahead, kick it on back down to the booth here for just a little bit, as we're going to go ahead and start getting our LCQs up and running. I always say the pro classes are good. The racing's crazy. It's a lot of fast-paced action, but you don't really you don't get the excitement like you do in the amateur classes.
It's true. I love watching it. It's fun.
This is where people start going crazy for it. They start they start leaving everything on the line to get into those transfer spots, and that's what we absolutely love to see.
T-Bake, I can't not crash.
Well, once again, you got the LCQ to try and make up that difference. Worst start ever.
Monster, I got $5. If you win this LCQ, I got $5 for you.
Let's see, who else? Whose birthday was it again? I called him out. Where is he? I know the name. I can see the name in my head. I just can't. Who is it that has the birthday today? Fish is pet. Masal. Yeah, that's right. Is he still in here hanging out? There we go. Happy birthday, brother. It's funny to see my own gifted. Wonder if I make half of that back.
Right.
It's pronounced Miss A-all.
Miss Ayal? Huh.
I would have never guessed that.
Me neither. I'm not. I butcher names so much, and I don't know how you do it with all these names with the gamer tags, but it's tough.
Dude, I watch Sim and I'm like, man, you know how nice it would be to have like actual names in game. Like Sim runs like IRL names.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think that's dope.
I've only watched like one sim race, but I wasn't paying attention to that.
I mean, not everybody does, but for the most part, most people run IRL names, and I think that'd be so sick or even if we went to like a last name or something close to your name kind of thing.
Yeah.
I say iRacing uses real names as well. Monster says his jersey in game has a mention to his old username. Bing, appreciate the follow there, brother.
How many followers are you up to now?
We are at 610.
We're getting there for you.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Trying, man. Trying to catch up to the top guys of like Cupcake and Navo.
Yeah.
Those guys are up into the thousands. So, yes, sir. 250 LCQ is going to be first. And a couple big names in here. Laggin from HSM. Monster. Stage. Some fast dudes. Well, that'd be why I'm not whitelisted. Let's go ahead and kick it on down to our track cam. We haven't really taken a look at many kits here tonight. We got spams.
I was kind of hoping I was going to get in just so I could show off my kit.
I think I looked at it at one point during the heat.
Uh-huh.
There's Laggin, got that Red Bull helmet on. All right. All right. PG, come on. Got that Zero kit on. So I got Spam's helmet and gloves, but not his actual gear. Savage and that GSR.
That kit looks good.
So that's a very clean looking bike.
Oh, look at that one.
It looks like we're about to go racing here. We'll see just real quick as riders get down onto the gate. Got that SS Designs bike. The Alpine Star kit looks very clean. Ooh, I love this stuff.
Oh, I love
Coffee.
the mint color on that.
Yeah. Coffee looks really good there.
Good.
I see Laggins there. Jump over to the other side here. Ryan helmet. Savage. There's our man Monster.
That kit does look good. I like the red.
But as we're talking about it, let's head on down to turn number 1, LCQ for our 250s. About to go racing here. Top 4 going to advance to our main event. The rest of the riders hanging out here in special media to watch the mains. Revs are going up. Gate is down and we are going racing. Stage with a great start, but checks up early. AMO6 goes to the hole shot, but down early and lagging on the HSM 0 Honda there. Gonna be out to an early lead. A lot of riders casing that Supercross triple early on. Coffee up into the number 2 spot. MXBK now into the number 3. And G Money on the Bafooligans Racing KTM is going to be running in that final transfer position. Has Jinsey on the Outlaw and AMO6 right there behind him. Laggins going to grab that green flag here on lap number 1. Coffee, though, from the Gravity Racing in that mint gear, running strong in the number 2 spot. MXBK from the Swift Co. and G Money from that Bafooligans Racing. Those guys in the top 4 qualifying positions. the dude, Jinsey, Savage, Stage, and Monster down. A lot of riders that we expected to be towards the front having some issues. Savage riding a wheelie all the way down the start straight. Lagging comes up short. Coffee Cups around the outside. Triples in. Lagging trying to hold on to it.
Oh, and Coffee comes short.
And Lagging is going to stay in that number 1 spot. Coffee tries to go double, triple, comes up short as well. So does G Money. MXBK overshoots it. This would not be an LCQ if we didn't see some overshooting or undershooting stuff.
Everyone's going all out, getting it all.
But Lagging back into our early lead. Ran the fastest lap time of the race so far, a 1:51. We'll see next lap once they actually check in an official time. Looks like we got a battle going on, though. G Money works up the inside of Coffee Cups. Gonna grab the worst end of that. It is now has Savage and MXBK right there behind him. The dude has slid into a transfer position here, though. So this is about to get interesting as we have about 4 riders. 2 are in, 2 are out.
We saw the dude, I think, earlier in the 450 or the 250 Pro, and he was actually looking pretty good.
Say he definitely has the speed to stay up there. Gonna see if he can get it done here in the LCQ. Dives to that inside, takes the safe line, but is gonna go down. That allows all the rest of these riders right there. It looks like Savage now has moved himself into the number 4 spot. G Money has some company as MXBK and him get together. Monster up the inside.
Monster got a 2-for-1.
And now Monster is going to be into about that 5th, 6th position. Might be about a second of cuts or so. Yes, he does. But has Savage, the transfer position right there in front of him. It's in his reach. Great run through the whoops. And Savage off the track. Cartwheels in, front flips into the whoops and keeps moving.
Tell you what, those second set of whoops, they'll catch you off guard if you're not ready for them.
If you hit them just a little off like center, it sends you for a ride.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, this Coffee Cup's starting to have his hands full from the man, the dude.
And he cuts, oh.
He tries that line again.
That inside line is just struggling for him.
I think right now my vote's got to go to Coffee for Lit Kid of the Night so far.
I think so too. I'm really digging that mint color.
Look at this Monster, though. Makes the pass on the dude.
Might as well call him Bubba Stewart.
Keeping that bike low to the ground. Able to make the pass happen, but looks like he is going to have issues in the whoops. Him and Savage just trying to fight through those whoops. That was not the cleanest run from either of those riders. This is for a transfer spot, so expect this to get crazy. 2 laps to go here in the 250 LCQ. Monster around the outside. Both riders tripling in. Looks like Monster was not able to hit the main rhythm here. Savage comes up short. Oh, and he comes up short on that triple too. So white flag is out for the man Lagging. 8.5 second lead, now up to 11. So Lagging absolutely flying out here, doing what he needed to do. Coffee on that Gravity Racing team, running strong in the number 2 spot. The dude trying to keep that bike away from the rest of the field. As
Monster's
we know,
making some ground.
He is. He's flying this last lap. Great drive through the whoops around the outside in the sand. Can he get the drive down the start straight? Looks like the dude set up on the inside has the preferred line. Monster trying to work up the in. The dude makes a mistake, goes down, and Monster slides into the number 3 spot. The dude needs to get moving here. Oh, as I was going to say it, no, MXBK has fallen off the pace. So has Savage. So it looks like these guys might be safe. Lagan comes across the line for the number 1 spot here in the LCQ, and he is heading to that main event. Coffee as well. Great ride from him. Secured the transfer position. Monster actually gets him on cuts there.
Wow.
So Monster into the number 2 spot. Coffee into the number 3. And the dude is gonna get it from MXBK. So the rest of these riders, Savage, MXBK, Spam, Zeno, all these guys are gonna be heading back to the pits, taking the boots off and watching from the stands. Great racing, absolutely love to see it. And I believe we're gonna be staying in the same server here as we are going to get ready for our 450 LCQ. Had Nico in there calling it out. Both the HSM guys making it into the main. Guy in here said he is Noyle. Not sure. I have no idea what that means. Getting better every ride, though. That is what counts, as long as you're not going the other way. So as we're talking about it, Ryder's going to be heading on out of the 250 LCQ. Going to be getting ready to roll into our 450s. Huge shout out to Slade and Mr. Weasel for those follows. Appreciate it. Also want to just once again reiterate, huge shout out to everybody hanging out with us. I know this is a long stream, long day, but I really do appreciate everybody spending the time hanging out here in special media, watching all the racing action. As I don't know if I'd want to spend my Thursday any different instead of hanging out with everybody in here. Like I said, about 80 people averaging throughout the night. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I was looking forward to tonight, that's for sure.
This is definitely the end of the week. Thursday, Friday are the big streams. Obviously, PCK here on Thursday. We got AEO AMS tomorrow. So it's always something to look forward to. And then we go right into Saturday where we get to watch Supercross. So
I'm definitely going to have to put some 250 time in tomorrow to see if I can even qualify for the Pro-Ams, but
those guys are crazy.
That's tough to get into that race.
There's a reason why they changed it to Pro-Am because those guys were running pro times.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And Mr. Weasel, yes, I did chuckle a little bit.
I just had the guy who built my kit message me and asked if I was racing, and I told him I didn't make it, but he said he's going to pop in and watch, so.
Bet.
I think it's ND Designs is his name.
I don't think I've seen it yet.
Well, not in here, but
in game.
Yeah, what he makes for kits is ND.
Fair enough. You guys are in here. It looks like people saying that Z is going to have the lit kit of the night, but Z never sends in his kits, so. Everybody's like, oh,
I'll get it next week.
Yeah, this guy looks so cool, and I go to look at it, and then there's nothing there. See if I can zoom out. See if we can go to the pits. Heading outside of A1 or A2 actually. Sorry. Oh, yeah. See, Pax doesn't have his stuff. Oh, Saucy. Nope. See who's that? Dub Dub. Interesting spin. Hey, shout out to this man running the Alpine Star neck brace. I don't see many people run the Liettes or anything in game. Never even really like looked out here too much. Oh,
Is that a ramp?
it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
They're kind of scattered around here. So it looks like these guys, are they getting a sight lap here? Yep. These guys gonna get a sight lap. Take a look at the track. See them all piling out of the tunnel there.
I don't know if you know anything about D-Web. Have you ever heard about him?
I have
Ian
not.
Robert?
I know he's on AB Customs, so good friends with those guys, but
Yeah, so D-Web, Dayton Weber, he's actually had a bacterial infection when he was born, or when he was young, and he is missing all the lower extremities of his limbs. So from elbow down is gone, and knee down is gone, and he plays the game like that.
really?
Yep, so he's another guy that plays adaptive. He plays with a regular controller, but he's able to use his thighs or his knees and his arms just on the joysticks and still plays.
That's crazy. It's amazing. Like you would never know that either. Like I said, it was the same thing with you when you had mentioned it. I was like, what? I was like, I gotta see this. Like,
yeah, it's pretty cool what guys can come up with, or how bad they want to play the game.
I think, I mean, especially when you're talking about the motocross community, it's definitely something that once you're in, you're never out of. No matter what you do, you're always gonna watch Supercross. You're always gonna be like playing video games of it or keeping tabs on riders. And unfortunately, I was just the nature of the sport. Sometimes it comes back to bite you in the worst ways.
Yep.
But like I said, in your kind of story, it's great that you're still able to kind of experience and live the motocross lifestyle, even though it is through a video game. I mean, I think the MX Bikes community has done a really good job of bringing race teams and sponsors and making it feel real.
Yeah, they do an amazing job.
Seeing if we had any kits kind of rolling around here. Saucy looks like he's got a kit over there. There's the man D-Web.
There's our man D-Web, yep.
See on this side, the right side of the gate.
He jumped on a 450. He's usually a 250 rider, so.
What we are going to see, can he get it done? Who is going to be grabbing our whole shot here for the 450 LCQ? Gate is down and we are going racing. And that inside is definitely key for the start. T-Bake gonna be credited with the whole shot, but currently running in about the third position there. Conway
jumps at first. Oh, and he cases the triple.
Oh, there is carnage. And T-Bake now out to the number 1 spot. Conway in the number 2. Saucy takes away that position, and Jay Soon on the ECDB bike now up into the number 3 position. Final transfer spot is going to be held on to Dub Dub right now. I'm just going to call him Dub. Rest of the ride. Oh, we're getting a reset. Got a red flag on the track. Not quite sure why. T-Bake not too happy about that one. Figured we'd make the night a little longer.
Yep.
Nordy Racing, appreciate the follow there, brother.
That would be my guy who built my kit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he just hit that follow button. But here we go after the red flag restarting. Revs are going up. Gate is down, and we are going racing once again for this 450 LCQ. Couple riders already getting tangled up early on. T-Bake going to be accredited with the whole shot once again, but he does not look like he is out front. People jumping all over the place. Looks like not a lot of people going to go for that triple in. Absolute carnage. And Dylan on the Outlaw team into the number 1 spot. Saucy into the number 2. Comes up short, though. So do 3 other riders. So Factory Zach goes from about 7th up to the number 2 spot. Meat Cleaver now into the number 3, but he is going to go down. T-Bake goes down with him. And our man Conway back out front, or into the number 3 spot now. Dylan already 5-second lead over the rest of this pack. Factory Zach.
He got lucky getting out early to avoid everything.
That is definitely key here. As long as you can put in a solid opening few laps, you can start to run away with it. As you see the sea of blue there. We got Steezus, T-Bake, Meat Cleaver, and now Dub trying to get his name involved. Jepsy, Pax, Jaysoon, and the man Z from that AEO 0 CDS team trying to fight his way forward. Isaiah in there as well. Saucy, there is our man D-Web, gets landed on over the tunnel jump, goes down hard. And Viking from that Hustle Racing rounding out our riders there. Dylan just trying to put down laps. He knows it's only about a 5.5 or so minute race. Just trying to click laps off, keep that bike in the number 1 spot. I apologize for the flickering. I bet you somebody switched bikes. Factory Zach still sitting in the number 2 spot. Steezus into the number 3 on that All South Yamaha. And Jaysoon now into that final transfer position for that ECDB MXB Factory KTM. Conway goes down hard. And T-Bake on that MDR Yamaha trying to charge forward, catch up to the rear wheel of Jaysoon. Still plenty of racing to go. So Dylan, Steezus, Factory, Zach, and Jaysoon currently looking at our top 4 transfer positions. Not a lot going on back here. It does look like T-Bake still trying to keep Jaysoon in his sights. And just like that, Jaysoon not going to hit the rhythm. Either does T-Bake, though. So does not lose much time there. Watch these riders come through this whoop section. Factory Zach.
And Factory.
Oh, so does Jaysoon.
So does Jaysoon.
Oh, man, that is unfortunate for Jaysoon, as he is now going to be looking from the outside in. You see the screen twitch? Like
It's
flickers.
not twitching on my end.
Really? It looks like it is on the stream. It usually does that when somebody switched bike mid-lobby.
Oh, that makes sense.
Jaysoon starts to get something together. It makes a mistake. This is the battle for the transfer spot. They run into each other twice. and Jaysoon's gonna go down. Factory Zach off the side of the track, and he is gonna go down.
To get up. Oh, carnage
Man.
is just. Oh, that is too unfortunate.
That is the longest fall I've ever seen.
He got put boboed.
Just bouncing around on that front tire. So Jaysoon, after all that carnage, still holding strong in that number 4 spot. Look at that little off kilter into the whoops.
And he goes down.
This now allows Juzzy, sorry, to reel him in. This is going to be a battle for that final transfer position. As we see, top left, 2 laps to go here. Dylan has been absolutely flying as he already grabs our white flag. Steezus has been just clicking laps off along with him. These guys absolutely gone from the rest of the pack. Once again, it does come down to just riding consistent. You don't necessarily have to be the fastest guy out there. T-Bake looks like he is starting to check out as well, kind of in no man's land here. Jaysoon still holding on to that final transfer position, but Juzzy still trying to reel him in. Ooh, Juzzy goes for the quad over. You do not see that very often. It is a big line, and to try and go for it in the LCQ is absolutely crazy. But it is going to be Dylan on the Outlaw. CYS Husqvarna is going to get it done here in the 450 LCQ. And he is heading to the main event. Going to be looking for him. There he is, Steezus from the All South team. Comes across the line in that number 2 spot. T-Bake going to be our next rider. There he is from the MDR, who was in a bunch of races and finally getting it done here tonight. Heads to the main event. And Jaysoon from the ECDB MXB factory team, able to hold off the challenges from Factory Zach and Juzzy, as he is going to be grabbing that final transfer position and gets it done for the team.
Man, what a race. That was all over the place.
I was going to say, there was a lot of action, a lot of carnage. It came down to whoever could keep that bike on 2 wheels. And as we can see, our top 4 riders heading all to the main event. We're going to go ahead, kick things on back down to our booth as we get ready for our main event. It's going to be starting with the 250 main. Let's go ahead and kick it on back down to that beautiful VM visuals brought to you by Club MX Studio. T-Bag says, finally.
Yeah,
I think main events are already up, so we're going to just quick swap right into it. Once again, huge shout out to everybody hanging out with us. It's been a great racing night. I know it's starting to get late on a Thursday. A lot of people got work, but just put those smiles on as it is Friday tomorrow. One more day till we get to see some Supercross racing action on Saturday. And then obviously aerial tomorrow. Always a good time and it's something to look forward to on that final day of the week.
I'm kind of excited to see how the Glendale layout looks on the aerial, because that start straight, it looks interesting with you've got two lanes going across it.
Right. Yeah.
And
It's like 2 start straights.
Yep.
It's huge.
And then the big sweeping sand corner, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I know naturally we the tracks for Glendale are usually slippery, so I'm curious to see if they continue that or if they're gonna They're going to make a change.
Yeah, hopefully they don't have the berms too far away from the corners this week as well.
Monster, we were checking out your kit. Nothing like being punted by a guy not on purpose, and then next lap he retires. Yeah, that is always frustrating. Look at the bright side, he's not going to the main either. Did I notice the lore? We going straight into racing here? I'm assuming so. No hot laps or anything. All of our riders looking down that starting gate. A red plate holder of Giro. The kit's looking very clean there.
I feel the Tomac vibes with the red gear with the red plate.
Yeah, you're right. There it is, the birthday boy in there. But it does look like 32nd board is down. Revs going up here for the 250 main event. You are right. Thank you. Good call. Gate is down and we are going racing. Peerless on that Charged CycleWorks team is going to grab the whole shot here. Going to lose that early on to Tricola from the Rev X team. Out to the early lead. Peerless into the number 2. Mandu from the Charged CycleWorks now into the number 3 spot. Monster with a great start here as he now moves his way into that number 3 position. Dizzy, Litz, a lot of fast riders lagging. Riley in there, Brandon, Tyrone, Butterbarn, Pudge, Fish, Giro.
Butterbarn.
Giro, Masal. Bunch of riders getting piled up. Looks like maybe Peerless down in that first rhythm section. 1, 2, and 3 already getting out front. Trying to run away with this. Monster looks to make the pass, does not get it done. But the CCW rider of Mandu out to the early lead.
Monster is looking good.
He definitely is. He is not letting Mandu go too far in front of him. Try with a mistake there. When just like that, he makes a mistake over the Supercross triple. Monster not going to triple in. Checks up, takes the smart line. Did not want to get into a collision there. Dives down to this inside line. As we know, it can cause issues, and it does. Slammed into the wall of it, and it bounced him back. So that is going to be Mandu out front on that CCW Honda. Starting to pull a bit of a gap. Monster, though, still holding on to the number 2 spot. Dizzy now up into the number 3. Tricola trying to hold on to that number 4 spot as now Riley on that RCR racing team, or RC Racing probably. Husqvarna lagging on the HSM bike, charging forward now into the number 6 spot. The producer into the number 7, Brandon W in 8th. Tyrone, who absolutely killed it in his heat race. Buried back here. I don't even know where he went. There he is on the Jester SSD bike. He has fallen the wrong way here.
Tyrone wanted me to say his name different in this, but I can't remember how he wanted me to say it. It's like Tyconi or something like that. I can't remember.
Look at this. Mandu. There's no way it's Mandu.
It's probably Mondo.
That's what I said, but somebody in that Chase corrected me on it.
Is it Mando?
Mando? Yeah, maybe.
Mando? I don't know.
Mando.
Monster is starting to slowly creep up to him.
Say about 7-second gap on the clock. See if we can't put the camera here for just a second. Pull up some live timing. Coffee guy saying that he wasn't synced in. Mando. Okay,
Oh,
so yeah.
shoot. Coffee was looking good tonight too.
Oh, Coffee made it, but wasn't going to be racing. So I think somebody else was still syncing.
Oh, okay.
All right, there we go. Got some live timing up so I can keep an eye on cuts. As we now have a battle for the lead. Mando and Monster 1 and 2 right now. Monster launches into at the end of that whoop section. Yeah, Monster does have 3 seconds of cuts. So that is definitely going to hurt him here in the long run. But as we can see it on track, he is right there trying to keep the pressure on.
If he can catch him and check out, take care of those cuts, he'll be okay.
Most definitely. And a lot of times, if you can just ride behind somebody like that and keep the pressure on, they start to make mistakes, and that can definitely play in your favor. But it does look like Riley from the RCR team running strong now into the number 3 spot. Dizzy falling back one more spot. And now Lagan and Brandon trying to move their way up inside that top 4. I just got to say, between 1st and 7th, we're only about 15 seconds.
That's not too bad.
So a lot of riders.
And I got to say, Tyrone is making some time. He's back up to 7th now.
Say he was falling off there at the beginning, was going the wrong way. Looks like he started to find a groove, and like you said, moving his way up. Looks like we had a couple people that weren't synced in yet.
Darn it. It's always next week.
How is there? They're all saying that there was that many people that weren't synced in yet, but there's only 22 gates.
Yeah.
So somebody's lying there. Ooh, lagging with a mistake over that Supercross triple.
Allows Tyrone to go around. So Tyrone is now up to 5th in just 1 lap.
Look at that. Mr. All Gaming. Gaming. I'm calling
Birthday
him
boy.
Yeah, I'm calling him Masal. That's what I've been calling him. He is now making a charge up into the 8th position, all over the rear tire of Lagan there.
And Tyrone has moved up to 4th. He is back behind in 5th again. Does he have cuts?
Well, it looks like the page keeps freaking out, so it keeps losing connection, but we'll see if we can't get a signal back here.
Oh, now it's showing him back into oh, he's up into 3rd now.
Into 3rd, yeah.
He is on a charge.
Look at that. Mando with a mistake. Monster closing that gap in just a little bit there. And as we glance back,
quad.
Brandon, Tyrone, and Riley all right together. It looks like Riley kind of falling apart here. Wheels coming off.
Monster is slowly gaining on Mando.
I was going to say down to about a 4.5 second lead.
Looks like he messed up that rhythm section a little bit.
You know, Mando has struggled in these whoops So he's starting to get that dialed in. Ooh, almost goes over the top of the
Oh,
berm.
I thought he was going.
Look at that, Tyrone into the number 3 spot already. 8.5 second gap between them. So these guys are absolutely flying here. Can Tyrone bring along Brandon with him as they made their way
You have
through this
fastest
pack?
laps pulled up.
I do, and it is Tyrone with a 105.8. So fastest rider on the track. It just goes to show. So this is kind of crazy. Mando is probably like our 10th fastest rider.
Wow.
His fastest is a
Just the
110.
consistency.
He is 5 seconds slower than Tyrone on his fastest lap. But he has been putting 110s almost every single lap down. But as we're talking about it, Monster.
is gaining. He's right there. And
That-
then there's oh, that's Goon Squad.
I say Tyrone, there he is on that Jester
is.
SSD bike. And
We'll
Giro,
say Slim has those setups dialed.
say it seems like it. You know, these guys are absolutely flying. But I gotta say, Giro, our current points leader, starting to make a charge towards the front, as he has now moved himself into the number 6 position. Started off way at the back there. We can kind of tell that the pace is kind of slower. It's just about not making mistakes. As we can see, we have not had any lap traffic yet. And we only have 5 minutes left here in this 250
Looks like
main event.
Hondo made a mistake coming into that corner, and that allowed Monster to get right on
it. Cedric said, Tyrone riding like he really trying to change his life.
He is riding like his life depends on it.
Oh, and
Oh,
Monster.
Monster.
Oh, man.
He was right there.
And
Is that
look,
Tyrone?
yeah, and look who it is. Tyrone flies through
He
the whoops.
is flying. Man on a mission.
Ooh, Riley down in the end of the whoop section. Masal gonna grab another position, and Giro trying to follow suit. Giro trying to get up inside the top 5. Cedric said, look at him just hunting. He is absolutely flying. He is like 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than our leaders. He just needs to clean up some of his laps, and he will be absolutely flying here.
Well, he's got probably about 4 or 5 more laps to go.
And a huge shout out to this man. Has led the race pretty much the entire way. Riding very clean. Once again, not the fastest rider on track. He did
And
increase.
Monster goes down again.
Man, Monster struggling in those whoops. And
Wow.
actually, look at that.
No.
Yeah.
Look at, yep.
Oh.
He struggles again.
And now Brandon going to be trying to fight for that number 3 spot or 4 spot, right? No, 3.
3 spot, yep.
So this is going to get interesting. Monster could be going from right on the rear wheel of the leader to looking outside the podium.
Tyrone is still gaining time. He is on the same rhythm section. Look at that. They're going to be almost in the same corner.
Say Tyrone's still hitting these big lines, going triple, quad there. Goes triple in that section. So as long as Tyrone can keep that bike on 2 wheels, he is definitely going to be catching up to our guy of Mando. Last lap, he puts down a 106. So absolutely flying. But I do got to say, Giro is now the fastest lap time of the day, a 105.6.
Wow. But with this Eero, that is moving.
So these guys are going faster than they were at the beginning of the race. Oh, I thought that was Mando there.
Tyrone is starting to put the pressure on Mando.
Say Mando was able to hold off the pressure from Monster, who's now sitting back there in 5th. So having a rough time. Here it is, the different lines. Tyrone.
Got the pass.
Oh, he comes up
he
short.
comes short.
Oh, up the inside.
Side by side. Oh, it goes double, triple.
Mando able to hit the triple. Triple has the
Inside.
preferred line here. Is Mando going to
Tyrone's got
dive it? And he does. He takes that position away. Tyrone
at
does
that.
have 1 second
From,
of
like,
cuts. So
15th or 17th to the lead.
there it is. Mando takes it back, goes wide. Tyrone to the inside. Drag race through the whoop section here. Mando's going to have the preferred line. Drives it in
Tyrone.
deep.
Oh, Tyrone. He gets out wide in the tough blocks.
And just like that, Mando is going to take the lead back from Tyrone.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tyrone will reel him back in.
Oh, 100%. A minute left here to go. Probably going to be about 3 laps. And just like that, Mando
Oh, there it is.
with the mistake.
That pressure is getting to Mando.
Cedric said, get violent, Tyrone. Oh, and Tyrone tries the
comes short.
triple line again.
This is intense. It's just back and forth mistakes.
This guy's still reaching for that triple line. You're going to get it. These guys going to cross the line as well with time still on the clock. Mando on that CCW bike trying to stay in front of Tyrone. Both riders going wide, getting the drive into the whoop section. Tyrone stays lower, but is going to be on the outside, not the preferred line. Squares up, dives down. Can't seem to get it. Mando able to protect the inside line.
This is great racing. I love how they're not trying to take each other out. They are just riding as clean and as fast as they can.
I agree. Nobody's getting dirty. Nobody's doing anything wild. Tyrone setting him up here. Oh, and he clips his rear wheel. Oh.
That still slowed Mando down, so Tyrone's still right there.
I say 2 laps to go. We are going to have a battle on our hands. Tyrone airs it out. Hits that triple in. Mando did not. These guys right back together.
Wow.
Oh,
Tyrone in the business.
Tyrone pushes him wide. White flag is out. Mando needs to get back up and start charging. Like I said, Tyrone does have 1 second of cuts, so this is going to come down to it. Tyrone through that whoop section one more time. He gets through clean.
If he can keep that lead, he will definitely have the win.
Trying to keep an eye on both riders here. See if anybody makes a mistake. Tyrone with a little bobble. Is he going for the triple or does he go inside? He cases the Supercross triple. Goes a little long. Comes up short there. Oh, and Mando.
Oh, no.
With the mistake. Tyrone bouncing his way through here.
He's just got to get smooth, and he's got it. There it is.
And Tyrone on the Jester is gonna get it done here for the 250 main event. Great ride, great battle from these guys. Tyrone, we got tired of sitting behind the CCW rider and pushed him out of the way. Brandon W, though, great ride from him. Did not get much airtime, but absolutely charging. Kept that gap between about 9 seconds. So did not let those guys get...
Birthday boy with the number 4.
Yeah, I was going to say the birthday guy. Great ride from him. Love that purple bike. That DHFR. Cedric with the sub. Appreciate it, brother. Who else did we got in here lagging on the HSM? Going to be grabbing that number 5 spot. Monster on the number 6. Fell off the pace. Unfortunately, couldn't keep it consistent. Riley on that RCR team in the number 7 spot. Litz from the Swiftco in 8th. Pudge in 9th. Tricola on that Rev X Husqvarna in the number 10 spot. Codizzy, Peerless, Dr. Disconnect, McFry, the producer, Butterbarn, Giro Fish, Goon Squad, the dude, and Coffee Cups rounding out all of our riders. I did see that I'm pretty sure Giro's lap did not count, and so that is why he retired out.
That is unfortunate.
So we're going to go ahead, set the camera here for just a second. I think we're going to do the same thing like we've been doing in our heat races. Love the new layout, letting riders ride a beat up track. I wish you could go out and like clean up spots instead of
That'd
just
be cool.
just
clean
the-
up the corners a little bit and the start straight, and then
Yep, and just let it ride.
yeah, just like normal in real life. Yep.
We need like farming simulator collab.
Go out there with your editor.
Could you imagine if you could actually get into like a dozer or bobcat, like smooth stuff out?
That would be so cool.
Like it doesn't have to be amazing. Like if you just drive over it, it fixes it.
Yeah, exactly.
But as we're talking about it, if you guys are in the 450 amateur main event, make sure you guys are getting loaded in. Already seeing a couple names popping up in here. Jay Soon, Ben C, Slade, Stocky, Cam. You guys do not want to miss any of the racing action. Say track is looking gnarly. Gonna see, can people hold on? Trying to keep up with chat here. Lagging top 5. Yeah, that was a good ride from Lagging there. Fish. Well, I don't know about Fish. He homie raged out.
See if my teammate Honda can get it done in this race.
Oh, yeah, he is in here. You know, he doesn't have a dash in his name.
I have noticed that.
It drives me nuts. Honda, if you can hear this,
I'll let him know.
put a dash in your name. I always love when you have somebody come up to the camera and just rev bomb.
Wants that camera time.
I think we're going to do a sight lap. Yep, there it is. Sight lap. 2-minute sight lap on the clock. Rider's going to go out, take a look at some of this E-road, see what they can navigate, what lines need to be adjusted. Get a little wide camera angle shot of everybody. Take a couple sips of water here as we got some downtime. For those of you that ever wonder why I don't use these cameras, this is why. It's very jumpy, very snappy. Sometimes they don't work. Chase, did you see that T-Bake's game crashed? There's your homeboy Honda.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
he's got the dash between Chrome Star and SSD.
He needs to put the X there and then the dash on a Chrome.
Yeah. It needs to look like that. Campbell box. Taking a look out of our riders here, who do you think's going to be grabbing the #1 spot here tonight? Yeah. Yeah, I gotta export it anyways. The VOD will be up for a little while, but I'm actually gonna download it and post it to YouTube. I'll also download it and send it to him. So we got two Steezy. Stocky was our Heat Race 1 winner. Scotty from the Blitzco was in the #2 spot. Slade and Schizo went 1 and 2, and Fergs into the #3 spot for Heat Race #2. Let me take a look, kick things back to my booth here real quick, just so I don't have to show chat. No, he is still sinking. Caliber boys 1, 2, and 3. It is very possible. He ain't in yet. I got you, T-Bake. All right. Well, so T-Bake's in. El Zeno left, though. You better not join on a different bike. That's all I'm going to say. Just realized my camera's off. There we go. There we go. Let's see. He is still sinking in. Hey, Juzzy. Appreciate the follow there, brother. T-Lar. Appreciate the follow there, man. Still waiting on El Zeno to sync. LaRue? Why are there so many R's in IEU? The street I live on is LaRue, and it's LARUE.
That's funny.
not L or TLARRIEU. No way Dylan disconnected.
I wonder what happened.
They've got to be like jumping into something, or they've got to be running into something. Yeah, they are. They're probably trying to jump up on top of the stadium.
When I get in, I just chill because I'm like,
Yep, me too.
Well, I mean, there is that jump up higher. Did you see that?
Yeah.
To the right there. That's kind of cool.
But I bet you if you crash into something hard enough, it's going to DC you.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts, but just a waiting game. Did someone switch bikes? I don't think so. I don't see any like graphic glitches or anything.
What do you think about Roxon with the red plate?
I think it's dope. Old guy on the Kickstarter bike grabbing the red plate. Consistency's key. I say it all the time.
Love it. Yeah, it is. I mean, he's been running that fourth, fifth, third,
yeah,
up front. Like he's doing really good.
Yeah, I always say consistency is key, and Roxon really has started to prove that. It's just like Chase when he won the title the other year. I mean, he was not the top guy. It was Webb, then it was Tomac, and then both of them got hurt. Chase said Kenny is literally me right now. Are you trying to say that Kenny is modeling your race style, or are you modeling Kenny's? Either or. All right, so Elzin. Now we're just waiting for Dylan.
Well, I might actually have to bounce. I just got here. I gotta go do my nightly routine. So
yeah, sounds good, brother. I appreciate you hanging out with us, hanging out in the booth. It's always a blast having some co-hosts in here.
I love it. Anytime you want me to pop in, just let me know. I love it.
Yeah, we'll do, man. I said there's a lot of rounds, so definitely we'll have to pick out a few. I got some hopes that we have some other co-hosts that we can also bring in, but I will definitely keep you at the front of the mind.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I appreciate it, and yeah, thanks for letting me share my story. That was fun.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Thanks for sharing it here, and like I said, is just keep an eye on it. I'll make sure to tag you and stuff, but gonna try and share that around as well.
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome, brother. Oh, well, I hope you have a good rest of your night, man. And we will catch you hopefully tomorrow racing aerial.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try my best, but no promises.
It sounds good, man.
So, All right. Have a good night, bro.
Yeah, you too, man. Peace.
Bye.
Masal just miss a all or whatever they told me to say. Just realized the gifted sub. Yeah, I got you, brother. I said, happy birthday, man. Get a little watch for free for the month. All right, Chase, everybody is synced in. If anybody DCs, that's on them. Kick things on down to the track as we are getting ready for our 450 main event. A lot of fast riders here in this 450 amateur class. Gonna see who can get it done here tonight. We see a slew of different bikes, KTMs, Yamahas, Husqvarna's, got a Suzuki in there, a TM, a Fantic. No betas, though. That is quite interesting. But as we're talking about it, revs are going up, and we are about to go racing for the 450 main event here at round number 3. Revs are up, gate is down, and we are going racing. Little slew of riders going flying. Diggs on the All-South team, credited with our whole shot, and is going to be out to the early lead. Ben C and Fergs got tangled up in that turn number 2. And Stocky on the caliper ride into the number 2 spot early on. Ben C is going to hit the triple in, looking to make the pass there. Not going to get it done, it doesn't look like. And so Stocky on that caliper ride, going to hold on to the number 2 spot. Looks like T-Bake, Craig, J-Slow, Dylan, Tristan, the man Honda, Slade, Fergs, DC, Steezy, AB, Scotty, Elzano, Zanyo, J-Soon, Cam, and unfortunately Steez is buried in the back there. And our race leader goes over the top of the berm. So Stocky on the caliper TCD bike out to our early lead, first rider over our tunnel jump. And Diggs trying to get fancy with it, tries to scrub, comes up just a touch short. And Ben C into the number 2 spot, actually, on that Gravity Suzuki. Makes a mistake, though. Diggs back by him into that number 2 position. And look at this. Ben C starting to charge down, catching up to our man Diggs, and he gets hung up on a tough block. T-Bake with a mistake of his own. There is the man Slade from Team Jimbo in the number 5 spot right now, trying to move that Fantic up into that number 4 position. A mistake from T-Bake. Up the inside he goes, and the pass has been made. But once again, Stocky, as I was about to say it, been riding very clean. A mistake from him allows Diggs to close right back in and is going to be battling for the lead here. Diggs not going to triple in, going double, triple. Obviously not the preferred line that he wanted, but still able to keep that bike on 2 wheels, tracking him down, gets the triple up the inside. And Stocky protects that inside very well. These guys still battling it out front as they are starting to pull away from the rest of these riders. T-Bake on that MDR. Yamaha still running strong in the number 3 spot. Here comes our man Slade and Ben C battling it out for the number 3. Elzano, 2 Steezy, J-Slow, and DC all right there together. Scotty from the Blitzco team trying to move that bike further up the pack as he goes cartwheeling in the whoops. Craig from the All-South team, Dylan, the Outlaw rider, and Jay-Soon bouncing his way through that whoop section. Fergs as well, Tristan, Cam, AB. Is going to be Steezus and our last rider of Honda on that Chrome Star SSD. But it is Stocky still out front on that caliper ride. I was just about to say again, Diggs running up front, makes a mistake. Battle continues. T-Bake and Slade. Slade is going to get the better of it as he now moves himself into that number 2 spot on that Fantic 450. Ben C getting crazy in the whoops there. He unfortunately just been falling further and further back. Looks like 2 Steezy mistakes of his own. And Scotty on the Blitzco Yamaha still charging forward, trying to make up some ground. Lozano trying to make a track re-entry, unfortunately getting taken out there. But our leader now a 10-second lead over the rest of this field. 9.5 minutes still here to go in this 450 main event. This race kind of coming out here. Slade, after a strong drive, kind of locks himself into that number 2 spot. T-Bake and Diggs still battling it out for that number 3. And J-Slow on the TM charging forward, now up into the number 5 position. Has DC there right with him. Craig from the All-South team. These guys riding very good today. They have something dialed in for this track. Scotty on the Blitzco now up to the number 8 position. 2 Steezy cartwheeling his way through the end of that second whoop section. And he now has Jay-Soon and Tristan. Jay-Soon, an ECDB rider. And Tristan, the Cycle City Inc. AB on the OTMC Husqvarna. And Fergs, the Caliber rider. Dylan from the Outlaw team, thought we were going to see more out of him. Unfortunately, a lot of mistakes. Steezus, Elzano, and Ben C, who was absolutely flying early on in this race, is now way in the back, buried there in 17th. And there is our leader, Stocky, once again, 15-second lead, so just pulls a bigger lead over the rest of this crowd. As there is Slade from Team Jimbo. So I think this is going to be our closest battle here. Diggs and DC still going at it for the number 3 spot. DC up the inside, trying to make something happen. Gets hung up on the E-Road, goes down. And here comes J-Slow. And is gonna steal that number 4 spot away from DC. J-Slow looking to try and put that TM on the podium here. A lot of these guys kind of spaced out. J-Slow and Diggs still time-wise is right there. J-Slow does look like he has J-Slow has no cuts. Diggs has 2 seconds, so that could cost him here. We'll have to keep an eye on this battle as it continues to unfold. There is our man Slade in that number 2 spot. Has closed the gap in just a tiny bit on Stocky, but still nothing to be worried about if you're that caliber rider. Mando, it's exclamation point Discord. That's on me. I'll take that one. If you do exclamation point sponsors, you also get the sponsor list. Old and bald. Just keeping an eye on it. Looks like J-Slow now moves himself into the number 3 position for that caliber team. Right now, that caliber team looking really good. 1 and 3. And as soon as Slade started to close in on our man Stocky, he picks up the pace and goes even faster. A little bit of a mistake there coming in to that whoop section. Has to check up just a little bit. About 4.5 minutes here left in this 450 main event. We have the E-Road coming up the over. Honestly, the track, though, even though it looks shot, it does not look bad at all. Ryder's still able to hit all of the main rhythms. Look at that. Stocky dives down to the inside, choosing the smart line, although he's not going to hit it perfectly. Just trying to click clean laps off here and making it look easy. Slade, though, still running strong in that number 2 spot as we see him. There he is coming into that main rhythm. Still hits that triple in. And he can't let up too much as he does have J-Slow still on the charge. Only about a 4-second, now down to about 3.5 second difference. So J-Slow clicking off laps has found a rhythm on that TM and trying to get up to take the number 2 spot away. Ooh, there he is. Ryder's now not using that outside. Diggs is going to send it, though. Still using that on-off. And just like that, look at Slade and J-Slow in the same whoop section together. So is Diggs. So as we were talking about it, this race kind of got boring. 2, 3, and 4 are all in the same spot. Oh, and Diggs off the side of the tunnel. So can Slade respond here? Slade does have 2 seconds of cuts, so J-Slow is going to be showing in the number 2 position here. A mistake from Slade. Around the outside, J-Slow not going to hit the triple, but it makes the pass happen on track. 2.5 minutes to go. Looks like Slade up the inside trying to protect it, but slides out just a little bit, comes up short. Slade down to the inside, keeping that Fantic right there. 2 of the bikes you don't see very often. TM versus Fantic. J-Slow runs him wide. Lap Rider in the way. These guys going to be duking it out here. 1.5 minutes left in this 450 main. Both riders over the top of that tunnel. Very clean. Slade drives it just a little deeper into that turn. Is he going to set something up here? Both riders to the inside. Slade bullies him out of the way and takes the position. And now we see it. Slade gonna take that number 2 spot back away from our man Jay Slow. Stocky all in the meantime. 32-second lead on the rest of this pack. And Diggs, our whole shot winner, still running strong in that number 4 spot. Now all over the rear tire of Jay Slow, still using this outside, making it work. Comes up just a touch short. DC2J running strong in that number 5 spot on that KTM. Craig from the All South team running in the number 6 position. Jay Soon battling it out here with Dylan. Dylan must have quite a few cuts. He does, as he makes that on off. Look at that. These guys get collided. Jay Soon off to the side of the track, and that is going to allow Scotty as well right by the ECDB rider. And now AB on the OTMC ride tries to get into that battle, and Ferg's right there as well. And as we see it, 2 laps left here for our man Stocky. I don't even know where he is at. He is absolutely flying. There is Jay Slow, so he has got to be way up here. There he is, still reaching for that triple in. Gets the quad into that bull fit. Big left-hander. And white flag is out for Stocky. I think it's time for Stocky to go pro. I would definitely agree with that. So Stocky on that caliber TCD. Husqvarna made this race look easy, led it early on, and is now to about a 35-second lead over the rest of this field. Track looks absolutely destroyed, but Ryder still putting down clean laps. Some of the lapped riders dodging the leader here as he makes his final few rhythm sections, reaches for that big triple, comes up short. Triples in, not going to go for the triple out. Down to that inside line. 2 more turns to go. Gets clipped by Jay Soon. Don't think it's going to matter. Stocky on the caliper. Husqvarna is going to get it done here for the 450 main event. And in style, 36-second lead over the rest of this pack. Keeping an eye out for the rest of our riders. There is Jay Slow in the number 2 spot right now. So can he bring that bike home? The TM. So Jay Slow on the caliber ride. TCD team gonna grab the number 2 spot as well. Slade on Team Jimbo comes across the line in the number 3 position. There is Diggs on the All-South ride. Looks like DC may have ran out of fuel there. Craig from the All-South team. Looks like he is our final rider on the lead lap. Yeah, so as the results sit, Stocky, Jay Slow, Slade, Diggs, Scotty, Craig, Dylan in the 7th position, Fergs, Jay Soon, AB Elzano T-Bake in 12th, Tristan 13th, 2 Steezy, Honda from Chrome Star in the 15th, DC, Cam, Ben C, and Steezus going to be rounding out our 19 riders. Huge shout out to everyone. My PC crashed from the main last lap. Oh, that sucks, man. But as we wind down final riders out on the track, that is gonna do it. We're gonna kick it on back down to the booth here as we wrap up our stream. Huge shout out to everyone for hanging out with us here tonight. Huge shout out to the PCK guys, Chase, Patron, everybody that makes it possible, Clouds for the stadiums. You guys are the reason why we're even all hanging out here together on a Thursday night. Obviously, all those sponsors down here below: Charge, CycleWorks, Bullfit, Grip It, Liat, Mountain Slayers, Thrill Seekers. Those guys are the ones putting up all the money for the sponsor or for the prize pool at the end of the year. So huge shout out to all of those guys. Additionally to that, everybody that backs special media. It has been an absolute blast, a great past few months, just kind of getting into it, and who knows where we can go with it. Everybody that backs us, all the subs, all the followers, huge shout out to you guys, as you guys are really helping us along, showing that we're doing something right here. Same thing, VM Visuals, huge shout out to those guys. Once again, if you guys are looking for any renders, make sure you guys go check them out over on that far monitor, which would be that way. Club MX practice facility out of Chesterfield, South Carolina. Make sure you guys go hit them up. Their facility is absolutely insane, and you definitely don't want to miss any action from there. They do have a YouTube channel, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you want. Make sure you guys go check them out. It is a phenomenal club. I know the guys over there, and they do such a fantastic job. So if you guys are young, up-and-coming riders, maybe you want some training facility time, make sure you guys go head over there. Additionally to that, if you're just a casual rider on the East Coast, come on down, go ride their facilities. Like I said, they have some open days. They do an open house where you